the CEO stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba.
Spoon.
Skibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Kuwa. Beseku, kudileo. Kuwa, kudileo.
On the spoon to get
Yes, I
your
do.
information.
Kuwa.
On the spoon to be
Yes, I do. Batileo.
Spoon television.
Yes, I do. Batileo.
Spoon radio station.
Okay, a pleasant good evening to folks across the world. Thanks to all of you for joining us tonight on Liberia's premier talk show on radio and online. This is a Spoon Talk. We are back. We are live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1, Super 95.5 FM, and the host of other radio stations across the country. Many thanks to our partner radio stations that are always relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. Thanks to Premium FM in Bonk. Trend Radio in Grand Crew always relay the program as well. Want to say thanks to the team there. Thanks to Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County. And of course, Radio Yalamani, Seklepie, Nimba County for relaying this edition of the program. And the host of other radio stations that will most times relay even without telling us. We appreciate you. Thanks for being a part of this journey to ensure that Liberians, regardless of where they are, can get information in real time, that they can engage with the policymakers and know exactly what's happening across the country. My name is Nelson Cole. We are live online. That's why we always say Spoon Talk has absolutely no borders, regardless of where you are. You can always follow the program. We're live across the internet. We're streaming live on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. We're also live on YouTube. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. I want to welcome everyone across the world to the program tonight. Thanks for joining us. Those of you online, Those of you who have already started engaging in the comment section, kindly share the program as you come on tonight on your Facebook live feed, in your WhatsApp chat rooms, in your Messenger chat rooms, on your Facebook timelines. Let's hope we're gonna have a great show tonight. This edition of Spoon Talk is jammed, is packed, is loaded with lots of great information for you. As you know, this is the place, this is the stage. This is the very platform on which you get to engage with the policymakers. You get to hear exactly what the policymakers are doing. You get to ask them the tough questions, the critical questions. You get to hear them break the news. And of course, an informative engagement or interaction is what you get here every time. So welcome to the show tonight. I'm Nelson Colette. We're going to go straight across and take your calls, hear from you what your thoughts are. Most of you follow the happenings today. It's been a very busy day in Monrovia today, especially at the first branch of government with the unfoldings at the level of the House of Representatives. The majority bloc today got the numbers, and of course, they read um, the report from their committee that was set up, a 7-man committee to investigate the Speaker Kofa. It's been a long day at the House of Representatives today, especially when that body took the decision today to have the Speaker removed. The action have been challenged by others. Some think, especially those on in the Speaker's camp, think that everything that was done was illegal and it wasn't in line with what the procedure is in terms of removing the speaker. Why others think that the Capitol building, especially that place, is a political theater, is a political ground, is more political than legal. And of course, there has been mixed reaction on that. You followed our previous broadcast where we're able to bring you different sides of this happening. We spoke, you listened to the chairman of the majority black, Representative Samuel Koga, speak to Spoon earlier today on the special edition of Spoon Talk that came on earlier today. You are also able to hear some of the folks, Representative Forde Famole and Representative James Colette and some other lawmakers from the majority black. On the flip side, you did listen to some of the lawmakers who support the speaker, who are still in this fight to make sure that the speaker is retained in that position. You listen to Representative Frank Safoko, for example, and other lawmakers. They express their frustration, disappointment, and everything about what unfolded today at the House of Representatives. They're saying they're going to take this further, since in fact the House of Representatives, being a body that makes law, or the first branch of government, they're not that leader. They're taking it to the judiciary. They're taking it a step further to make sure that the law is followed, that the Councilor Kofa, the speaker, is giving due process. Honorable Richard Kuhn was elected speaker today of the 55th legislature as well. And then the question that so many Liberians are asking is whether the current House of Representatives has two speakers. But as it stands, the majority black took the decision today to elect Honorable Richard Nagwe Kuhn on a web ballot as the Speaker of the 55th legislature. The Speaker Kofa is on the other end. He's deciding to take this further to make sure that the process is followed. So it's going to be a very engaging show here tonight. You're going to listen to all sides of the divide tonight. As you saw earlier on the flyer, we have Councilor Kabina Janet. He's going to be coming in tonight as well. A lot to talk about. Great conversation. Very informative show here for you tonight. So please share the program. And Nelson Colette, we're going to go to the phone lines and hear from you quickly tonight. Let's hear what your thoughts are. What do you make of the happenings in the country? With everything that's going on now, what are your take? And you can also talk about those other issues that are of concern to you. It doesn't necessarily have to be the happening at the House of Representatives, or you could also talk about other issues that are of concern to you. This is why this segment of the program is dedicated to all of you, so you get to express yourselves here every night. So welcome to the show, Prince Jacobs. Welcome, Emmanuel Prayer. Welcome, Jeremiah. Welcome, And I see a lot of you joining us tonight. But let's go to the phone lines. Call us up tonight on 0555 101075, 0555 I'm going to put my WhatsApp up as well. So you call in and share your thoughts on the WhatsApp line. So I think the number is strolling. You can call in now and let's hear from you. Share your thoughts. Let's hear what the issues are that are of concern to you. So 0555 is the number to call. We take our first caller here. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Yeah, good evening. How are you?
Yes, sir. It's good to have you.
Yeah, I'm Oliver Kono, calling from Nima Ganta.
Okay, calling from Nimba County, Ganta City. Are you listening via radio or on social media?
I am listening behind social media on Facebook. There is no radio, local radio here that relay the program. So please, you try to relay the program for us.
Okay,
here.
that's a great one. That's a great one. But
No
go ahead.
local station relay the program. Please, you put it on DTV. You want to get DTV. We can interview NTV News. So when you put the program on DTV, I think it will be all right for us.
That's a great one. Thanks a lot. But let's hear your take. What's on your mind tonight? What is it you want to talk about quickly?
Following the situation in Monrovia, at least is a good news. Let the men start to hold our country hostage and let it do everything possible they can be able to do so that the country can move forward.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your input tonight, sir.
Thank you.
Let's hold you there and take another person from the WhatsApp line. We're going to do it one at a time. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Good evening, and let me say good night. My name is Junior Ping. I join you from Rwanda, East Africa.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind tonight?
So I'd like to say thank you for the show, Nelson, and to what is happening at the Capitol Hill in Monrovia. I think it is actually this heightening to see those that we entrusted, those that we gave them the authority to lead us. They are now serving as cowards, sorry to say. They are now misleading the Liberian people. So this is my take. With what is happening in the country right now, I think the power is inherited in the people according to Article 1 of the 1986 Constitution and also Article 15C of the 1986 Constitution, which states that the people needs to be informed of the day-to-day activities of governance within the country. And what I'm aware of is that our representative who we elected to serve us in the 55th legislature, they are not going back to that constituent to inform the people of the happening in the House of Legislature. They are taking decision on their own. So I'm urging the Liberian people right now that every single Liberian, whatever district you find yourself in, call your legislature or call your legislator back to their constituent.
Thank you very much.
Inform you of the decision that they are taking.
Thanks a lot. I want to hold you there. Let's hope we can have you make your points in about 30 seconds, 45 minutes, 45 seconds maximum. So we take many callers here tonight. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Emmanuel Kwasi. I'm the national vice chair for Youth Affairs of the United States part of UPP.
Okay, go ahead.
Tonight, my heart is heavy.
Okay.
And I'm so frustrated tonight to see the kind of democracies that we, the progressive, fought for being as it is today. They live backward, they not die for this purpose. Oscar De Kuya did not die for this purpose. Deacon Kala was not beaten for this purpose. Michael C. George was not beaten for this purpose.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Oh, my word.
Thank you, sir.
Liberia.
Thanks
God
a lot.
bless this country.
Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Yeah, my name is Noble Fumbler, and I'm calling from New Hope, Minnesota.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm happy with. I'm not as happy and pleased with what transpired in the country today. If you're going to remove the speaker, if it's not done properly according to statute, then everything that has been done is unconstitutional, is nullified. We're witnessing the breakdown of our democracy, I think, in my view, and that needs to stop. The courts need to.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I think there's something with your line. Yes, your line is breaking in. Thanks a lot. Okay, so folks, sorry for that. Let's take more of your calls. Hello, your name and where you come from?
Hello, Merci Colette.
Yes, sir. Let's hear
I
you.
I'm from Bena calling from Kakata City.
Yeah, from Kakata. Let's hear you.
All right. I don't want to speak about politics. I want to speak on the educational system of this country,
Yeah.
how it is going on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think about 2 months ago, the Minister of Education came out to say the EO should apply. And they
Mm-hmm.
apply, they went through the vetting process, and those that were successful, their minister coming up, up to now they are not appointed them. And you go in some of those schools, nothing going on there. There is no monetary system that going on now. All the school just going down. Nobody can go. The administrators are doing their own thing. The teachers are doing their own thing. What is the Minister of Education doing? Why you can't appoint a point if the old post is supposed to lead that? Come on and say let the leader so
Thank you.
things can be correctly.
Thank you.
So that's my problem.
Thanks a lot
Minister of
for
Education-
raising
yeah,
that concern.
I'm not looking at politics now.
Yeah, that's a great concern. Thanks a lot. We appreciate you, sir. Let's take another person from the WhatsApp line. Okay, Prince Jacobs, it's good to have you on. Let's hear you.
Hey, nothing. Good evening, man. How you doing?
Yeah, it's good to have you on. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, my man. I get you content too now, but I honor the call. But we are watching the process and see how things go. But we are here, so we wait and see what really happened. You got the fanatic Kufa want to go to court, so we sit it by and see how the process play. And next day after the show, call me, man.
Yeah, certainly. Welcome back home. And yeah, thanks a lot for participating in the show as well.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so let's take another person. 0555 is the number to call. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Alvin Boy, and I'm from Ghana.
Alvin, let's hear your take quickly, sir. What's on your mind?
Thank you. Your folks are struggling today. You're so frustrating to see how lawmaker, whoever is just there and put in a hole for them to be breaking the same law. And then immediately after the endorsement program, and then they call.
Yeah, hello. Are you here? Can you hear me? Okay, so I think there's an issue with his line. Let's take this caller from WhatsApp. Hello.
Yeah, Nessie, how you doing?
I'm okay, sir. It's good to have you. Let's hear you.
All right. What do we Liberians want? Really want? Do we want a 50 plus 1 or 49 plus 1? We have getting 49 plus 1, which is 50. Now we are turning around again and say no. Funati stay the speaker. How will Funati be the speaker? The law should be the law. We said we should get 49. We have getting 49 plus 1. So now Cole is the speaker of the Republic of Liberia. I don't know why are we changing our thoughts again by saying he stays speaker. So we should call the man former speaker. You should not even call him backup speaker. Thank you very much. I don't know what really we want.
Thanks a lot for your input. Let's read there and take another person. 0555 is the number to call tonight. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
And yes, my SK I calling from Cassidy.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. I'm very, very sad. We are in the type of situation that I brought in today. That we're having 2 speakers. Illegal speaker. But and I expect that so the rule of law was yearning for. Okay, rule of law. Like what we're seeing today.
Thank you.
They're running on bloody level.
They're going to be running on what? What kind of level?
Bloody level. What bloody speaker will get today?
What do you mean by bloody?
But anything I don't legal, just rushing. That is say you go speak on somebody called bear. You rushing to do something like what happened today. That is rule of law.
Thank you very much for your input, sir. Let's hold you there and take another person. 0555 okay. So I see the CEO join in. Let me just squeeze in the final caller, then we turn controls over. Hello, you are live. Let's hear you quickly. Hello. Okay, so Emmanuel, I think your audio. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very
Hello,
well.
can you hear me?
You are live, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
No, I think there's an issue with his audio. Yes, I think there's an issue with his audio. Should we take a few more calls, or we?
No, do you have Marvin Cole in there?
Yeah, Honorable Cole is already
Okay.
here.
So let's get started because we're lit. Except you want to delay us, man. That's why you always do this. No, that's it. It's something about you and this whole. You look like you really don't like the honorable man, because the last time you said the honorable man can just come and go free. I don't know what you mean by that, though.
Don't tell it like bring people and the honorable man gives you.
No, because you always said you don't like the honorable man. You better send 40 minutes, 40 minutes, And the people suspended the man. They said they would remove the man from his seat. And the man came to talk to the Liberian people, and you wasting time. I mean, what? You from Bon County, right, Nelson? I'm not hearing you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're trying to do.
So it look like they're trying to set you up to run against the honorable man. I see what's going on here.
Oh, you see the honorable saying I treat the background? No. See, you are seriously setting me up.
James Colette, you guys have the same last name, James Colette and Nelson Colette. It looks like it looks like you related to James Colette. I'm suspecting that.
See, that whole travel thing you bring it in now, is not correct. We are progressing.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining Spoon Talk tonight. We're going to start off with J. Marvin Cole from Bon County. We'll be bringing in Kabinan Janet. Kabinan is the former Associate Justice. He will be helping us with this whole House of Representative issue and speaking about the Guinean national that was turned over. And also, we try to bring in Edwin Bevan Snow. Edwin Bevan Snow, exactly what happened to Funati Kofa. I think that the same thing that happened with Edwin Snow. I hope he can pick up my call and come in. He just stands there. I got to run away from this one tonight. I'm going to jam him. And we're going to be probably speaking to the newly elected speaker. Now, we got two speakers, though. The crew going to be joining us. Everybody will be coming in tonight that we can discuss this thing. What are we seeing in Liberia? 9 p.m. in Liberia. I'm here today, your humble servant. I'm here to talk to you today. You know me, I got no enemy, right? What we discuss concerning Francis Yemane from Internal Affairs Ministry, we're going to table that a little bit. I want to bring the lady on. I want her to talk, so I'm going to leave that for today. I'm still talking to her to come and talk and talk her own, right? But wherever you find yourself today, Nettie KH Robert Block, you need to share our show, Nettie. Oh my Nettie, you call me, you texted me, I missed your text, but I promise I will talk to you. All right. I know you say you got a lot for us to compare notes on. Share the show, we'll talk to you. Mose Body, are you related to South Body? But again, share the show, Mose. Bangakui, J. Oscar Yekeku. Yeah. Agata Glasgow, what's up, Agata? We want to welcome every one of you. Pierre Campbell. Pierre, thank you for watching the show, Mama Pierre. Again, Sodium Boy was good. Ambassador Jimin Yemi, welcome to the show, Ambassador Benedict Sharon. Welcome, Vani, as always. I want to say Precious Satya. I know a friend by the name of Satya is Satya. He said, talk to Seku for me. I talked to Seku. Seku said, my man, leave me with that man business. But Seku and Satya and myself problem with deal with Seku. Do clear on that one later. Okay? Let's Seku Conan. This is not a Seku I'm talking about. This is Seku Conan. Welcome to the show, Seku Conan. Muna, as always, it's good to see you. Eddie's, Marsha, let's bring in Connect. Sumo Wiggy. Again, let's welcome Kulo Laki. Laki Kwekwe, Double Sin. Kwekwe, it's good to see you. Otelo Mason. Don't forget Samuel Jara is here also. We want to welcome Johnson Taylor, Francis. Today will be a big day. Can you just share the show? Everybody share the show. Let's bring in people. Let's talk about the issue about Liberia. we have 2 speakers. Do you know, Kennedy, that we got 2 speakers? Fonati ran to the Supreme Court. Fonati remains the speaker. What happened with Richard Coon? Hey, God. Richard Coon said he's the newly elected speaker. White ballot, plain, white, something like this. White, plain. Nobody went against him. He remained the speaker. Nobody went against Richard Coon. What's going on with Liberia? Are we confused people? So David Yanni, did you share the show? Jackie Mays, Michael Miller, Rudolph Tomboy, Bongali Jalabai, I think that's the name. Madeline K. They're still moving so far. Patient Yakon, Emmanuel Saki, Felicia Coco. But where is Marvin Cole? Nelson? Can you bring him on? Let's do him first before we bring in the Associate Justice tonight. Where is Honorable Cole? Again, I want to say to all of you, please, out there, thank you for being so patient. Let's do this thing. Let's discuss Liberia. But you need to share the show. If you share the show, just give me a thumb up. If you share the show, say okay or just say hi, because I will tell you, Charles Deland. It's been a long while, Charlie. I have not seen you. Desmond Norman, Clara Koju Mala, Joseph Wolova, Fode Traore. Again, we will bring in everybody. I heard a big story from CDC camp. The former president, George Manan Bakugwe Wia, will be walking from 9th Street to Fonati's office. I heard. Don't blame me. The Kobe from 9th Street, George Wia resident. They say he will walk from 9th Street to the Capitol building to enter in Fonati office tomorrow. That's what I heard. I don't know what you hearing. The former president, George Mane Bakugwe Fokeklon Wia, he will be walking from his 9th Street residence, walking Bakulakpo. I don't think he can walk Bakulakpo. I think the Bakulakpo for Joseph Boakai. So I don't know how we'll do that one. What name? We'll ask Fagon on that one. As a matter of fact, let me call Fagon. Let me ask Fagon how this his best friend. Let me ask Fagon real quick before we bring in J. Marvin Cole. Look, God, my phone is dying. You know what's the man name? What Fagon? Fagon is my enemy. I don't know what his name is. Fagon. You see, I even forgetting Fagon's name. Hey, God. I don't have Fagon number in my phone no more. I already done. The message EFP. We get names to everybody. The Pakulakpo, we give it to Joseph Boakai. So let's see the name, because Joel will be walking tomorrow from 9th Street all the way to Capitol Building. And he said all the sedition will be walking along with him. They're going to go visit Fonati Kofa. I'm trying to confirm this. If Joel called all the sedition to go with him, then I think there will be no traffic tomorrow. I don't think there will be traffic tomorrow. So I think I am calling everybody. Gregor Kuma, who is my brother, I hope they are taking note. Joel said he's walking from 9th Street. Where it go up or come down, it said 9th Street, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I mean, that doesn't work. Then you go to the MCC headquarters. What, MCC? Yeah. MCSS, right? No, MCC. Yeah. Right there. Where Jefferson used to be, but now you guys, Sheriff, and the whole street is stained. We're talking about that. The whole Center Street stained. And you guys, what's the mayor name? Mayor Sekou, Sheriff Shafa, whatever his name is. The whole street is stained. Then from there, you go to the Foreign Ministry. From the Foreign Ministry, you pass in from the, I'm trying to get this right, the University of Liberia, where it cannot open. The university not going to open. Though they don't say they put 33 million in the university, only he alone can find it. Been senator for all those years, and he didn't fight for the University of Liberia, but he boasted and said, we put 33 million in the university, and then the university is now opening because of no money, and they don't want to lie to the people again. But we'll address the issue later. I'm just trying to find out their path to the Capitol Hill. All right. So let's bring Honorable J. Marvin Cole. I want to ask him, is he suspended? I want to ask him what's going on right now with everything. I'm getting some bad news from other report about the House of Representatives, audit on the National Housing Authority doing Jowea Town. The news just coming plenty, but again, I need somebody to help me. Can you help me? Hey, my old man, can you help me? James Henny, Yata Smo. Hey, Yata Smo, when you coming back, man, Yata? My own enter Yata Smo, when are you coming back? Benedict Toby, my own friend, Quincy Russell. Quincy Russell said he gave him 5 back arrests as contribution. He will make it 10, but he's sending 5 right now. So those of you in Liberia that we're trying to give rights to, again, we gotta say we are grateful. We're getting 1,000 back arrests from a gentleman that partnering with the Spoon Foundation. 1,000 back arrests. The people of Christmas will be so super. So anybody in my studio tonight, you'll contribute rights. If you're in my studio tonight, you will not leave till you give me rest. Anybody coming in the studio calling you, I'm not here for your House of Representative thing. Y'all get the Liberian people rest by fire, by force. You know, I refuse to call Eugene Fagon because he said Liberia will not, EFBS will not be the same. We don't know what's happening there. But Nelson, are you ready? Come on, Nelson. Let's start the show. The guys will be joining us shortly. You know, time different, but we got to do this for the Liberian people. Massa Kenan Wilson, Wooson. Yeah, Sona Francis, man, Sona Francis, Abu Kamara, Abu Eskamara. Is this the Abu Eskamara? This is different Abu Eskamara. Let me see.
You mean?
No, this is not. He said, "Wow, wearing his jacket, my man. Leave me, man. That jacket here from the dollar store. Leave me with the jacket thing, man. Whoever you are, just leave me with the jacket thing." Steven Johnson, a shout out to Steven Johnson. He's doing extremely well at the airplane place, and the guys that control the airplane situation in the country. I don't know what Steven Johnson was at when the Guinean guy came in the country to take that one of people. We gotta ask Steven Johnson. That's my man. The water situation, Water Mo Ali, that's his name. We send a shout out to him. And the rest of the guys are trying to do the best in this government. We got to recognize them. We are happy to bring in Honorable J. Marvin Cole. He happy because I'm alone here today till the rest of the guys can join me. So Marvin will come quick to talk, quick to run away. But we got our arrest from Marvin Cole from Bon County, Nelson.
Yeah, he said he will lead the rest before he go.
He got to lead the rest. The people of Christmas is super. Let's bring on J. Marvin Cole. Let's bring him on.
I will give you one bag. I will give you one bag.
That ballot I see here, so that one bag I will get from you. If I move away that ballot, that one bag that pick you, yeah. Oh man, it's good to see you, my man. How you do? Let me see that thing on your hand. Let me see that thing on your brace. No. You see, you guys are not doing good. Let me see that thing. Let me see that bracelet on your waist. No, not the watch. No, that other one.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I don't have the thing. You know, we were on it too, right? That has something like that. Let me see if that's the main thing. Let me see it, please. But put your hand up. You're on a suspension already. Don't make anything too hard. Put your hand up.
Suspension.
Oh, not the same thing. Okay. Because we're on it too that had a thing. Jake and myself, then, how you call him? Stan, organizer, director, what's his name? Former chairman, Mobile Baloo. When he got one for himself, so we only 3. I'm seeing it around, like people just taking our design. That design was just for only us, but it's good to have you, Honorable J. Marvin Cole. It's good to have you, my brother. How you doing today?
Well, Stanton, I want to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of our listeners. It is an opportunity for me to be on your show this evening, or I may say this night, because in Liberia we are chasing 9 p.m. But it's just good to be on your radio this evening to sit down and explain some of the issues that we are contending with now in our country. So it's great for me. I'm so relaxed, and I want to bless God for His manifold blessings.
Do you think the Liberian people? Let's get into this thing because Kabina Jana will be coming back. So I really want to ask you all of my questions before some of the guys jump in here. You really think that you guys are treating the Liberian people fairly? Over a month, nothing coming from you guys, nothing whatsoever, whether it's the speaker, the deputy speaker, and all the chairperson, those are suspended, those are in, those are out. Do you really think you guys deserve to receive paycheck for the month of October and November?
But Stanton and the people of Liberia and all of those who will be listening, if you have a democratic process, you have elected officials, and those individuals who will take to themselves to rebel against that democratic process in an unlawful manner and form, I think if you are asking whether people are treating the Liberian people fairly or people treating the Liberian people in a manner that they should deserve, I think us who believe that the law of this country must be respected at all times by all individuals. This country, it is not, I believe something, Stanton, this country should be a country of decent men and women, and then we will be respecter of the laws. But if we decide, if we have decided unto ourselves that we'll not respect the law, then it's a problem. For us, who are standing with the side of the law that Fanatic Kofa believes in, we are treating the Liberian people fairly, because we don't want a culture of impunity.
Do you think you deserve a paycheck? Your district. You think your district, right? Your district should pay you?
But yes, my district should pay me. In fact, that's why they are hailing me, because I'm protecting the law. There are processes that lead.
What have you done this month? What have you done the past 4 weeks that you deserve a paycheck?
Listen, Stanton, I've continued to go to work. I continue to uphold the dignity, because in Article 11 of our Constitution, when I was taking the oath of affirmation of the office that were elected, there was one cardinal thing in that oath of affirmation: to uphold and protect the Constitution. And that is what I'm doing. If I'm doing that piece of job, I'm working. The Liberian people will have to believe that, Honorable Cole, when you are taking oath.
Do you think the guys in the 44 majority black, they are working too? Thomas Fala and his guys?
I don't believe they are working, because if you are evading the law, if you are interpreting the law for yourself, for your own glorification and gratification, then it is a problem. I think that's why our colleagues are falling short.
Are you suspended? Representative Cole, are you suspended?
I am not suspended. As far as I know, I am not suspended.
Are you still the chairman on Rules, Order, and Administration?
I am the chair on Rules, Order, and Administration. I am. Because you know why?
At what point you can accept that you are suspended and you are no longer the chairman?
I will accept if I am suspended, or I should accept that I am suspended if we have the opportunity to follow our rules and regulation of the very Constitution of the Republic of Liberia that talks about the elected officials. They may be removed per cost. And that cost, it also talked about giving the person due process. But here is Honorable Marvin Cole. Did not receive any complaint from you. Did not have any opportunity to be heard. The first thing that I have not officially written our colleagues is, if I am saying your sitting is illegal, I cannot be legitimizing that illegality by responding to communications from you. I wouldn't do that, because I have been around the legislature for more than 19 years, something close to 19 years. I cannot be telling you you are illegally seated or sitting, and then I responded to communications from you. To no disrespect to them, if they were following, if there was no Fanatic Kofa, of course, the Deputy Speaker, Thomas Fala, was going to be seated or sitting legally.
Did you break the law? Did you break the law on the 17th of October? Did Honorable J. Marvin Cole break the law?
I did not break any law. My responsibility as chair on Rules, Order, and Administration is to uphold and protect the sanctity of the House of Representatives. The very thing we were trying to prevent on that day is what you see happening in Liberia. So we were not run to act the way we acted. Somebody is elected speaker.
Yeah, but you keep on the so, and this is why I like our conversation here. It's all open and straight up. Welcome to the show, Uncle Sam. You bang on the door. You kick on the door. Tear gas and pepper spray and everything. I mean, you think that you should be held responsible for some of your action?
Stanton, I'm a very decent man, and you can see what I have done in the public glare. At no point in time I ever used tear gas. I don't have access to tear gas. You're talking about two different instances.
But you use pepper spray.
No, I did not use pepper spray.
Who used pepper spray? People with you use pepper spray.
No. Stanton, if you
did
have...
you kick on the doors? Did you kick on the doors?
Listen, the Liberian people deserve this information. If you have an area where you have more than 500 human beings gathering, if somebody ever used pepper spray, I did not even experience pepper spray. I did not even experience...
You bang on the door, you kick on the door, you told the journalist, you turn your camera off. Can you take some responsibility as an honorable man in this situation?
I don't want to use the word that we need to be serious in this place. I wouldn't have done that. The very first time I ever engaged the deputy speaker were at the chambers of the House of Representatives, and we did not even enter the building. There were no breaking through of doors.
In front of the deputy speaker, in front of the chamber door, it's not the chamber. You didn't do it on the floor. You didn't do it on the floor.
Listen, you are missing something. The very instant that you are referring to, there was nothing of such. I was never found around there. The first time I ever engaged.
The second time that you walk in the building with Jim Eugene Cody, and you went and you were banging on the door. That's what I'm talking about. No. I saw you on the tape. We can roll the tape. You kick on the door and you told the reporter to turn the phone off.
If you show any camera or any video here. Like
did you kick on the door? Did you kick on the door?
Kicking on the door, then breaking into the door. If you show that camera, I will resign right on the platform.
Did you kick on the door?
No, don't ask me.
No. I want to establish something first. I'm not running into no. Honorable Court. You're with Eugene Cody and the rest of them. You came from all the way outside, and I understand the security, the officer, then they made you guys mad. I understand. But you told the guy, you'll turn your camera off, and I'm trying to find it. And you were banging on the door. You were with Eugene Cody. We saw him kicking on the door, and you were there. But you said, turn your camera off. You didn't stop him. You didn't stop him.
Please come again.
You didn't hear me?
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, I'm saying that you were with him, and you went there, you kick on the door. Now, I want us to get something out of you. Then we can talk about the holistic nature of this entire thing and the way forward. Because somebody got to be responsible. You say you deserve your pay. You deserve your salary. Your district deserves the fact that you represent them and you should be paid. We will call your district. We ask your district whether you or other lawmakers should be paid for the month of October and the month of November, whether you should receive your fuel, whether you should receive your benefit. All right? But I'm going to leave that because I have to welcome, while we find the clip, I have to welcome Uncle Sam Jackson to the show. The guys begin to join us again, folks. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. Let's make this the best thing we can do. We got so many information here. Today we saw that the majority black under Thomas Fada were in their speaker.
Discussing Stanton.
Yeah, but I gotta put you in Zico first, then we move on. I'm not going to talk.
But let me just run back to what you're saying. I think I'm trying to grab what you're trying to talk about. The second time I remember climbing the steps of the joint chambers, when I arrived at the entrance, the first thing, we had a police incident where our Capital Police Director was arrested, taken to the police station. When I went there and I met with Johnny Dean, who told me, I investigated. He said, "Look, Honorable, we just brought the man for questioning, and once he gave her the written statement as what happened, we're going to allow him to go because we told him the modernization in consultation with the Rules Order and Administration took the decisions that we took." In that instant, the guy did his statement, everything. And they told us that we should take the gentleman and walk out. When we were on our way walking out of the building, 111 gave another instruction and said, "No, Honorable, you got to stop over there, bring the man back." I said, "No, you cannot make that kind of fun out of me. We're already leaving, and I will not stop." And I continue. Though, this is the most lawless thing I ever seen. The Constitution of this republic provides, on my way to section or coming from section, because when I picked the guy up, I was on my way to section.
My man, that is thing when you're not do bad thing that they only to you say on your way and coming on session.
The police came across a pickup in from my car and told me I needed to put the guy down. I said, just give me one reason, because you gave me your word that if the guy signed, if did a written statement, you were going to allow he and myself to go, and we have done the written statement. So tell me, what is the reason? He said, no, but I can't tell you, put the man down. Can you imagine police officers were even attempting to order my arrest? There was another guy who said, no, you can't stop the honorable. And Cole's King, we took the guys and we decided to walk to the smaller gate. And you can see at the time I was having a suit on me. Later on, the police decided to brutalize us. It is, and we have to do it. I know that no session out there, nobody going to hire any program here today. Nothing will happen here today. Why are you insisting so? Because this building is not a normal. We are a normal. This building is in legislative wall.
What have your session today?
So those lawmakers from the end of the speaker block are now moving through the drum chambers, saying that those so keep following this. Keep following. The speaker block now moving in the drum chambers, saying that let go. So we are marching to the drum chambers.
I decided to, play this video in your present, Representative Eugene Colley, and he have taken responsibility. He came on the show. He said, "Yeah, but listen though, yeah, and we heard you guys saying turn the camera off. So thereafter, whatsoever thing happened,
Stanton, correct yourself.
But let me finish. Let me finish, Chief. I asked you two questions.
Now you are saying you're giving
instructions. Okay, so let me ask you a question here. What we saw in this video, can you take some responsibility your action actually, as an honorable man, one of the elder statesmen of the country, was very disappointing, man. That's not how to resolve when your children are fighting. You get in there and you escalate the problem. Can you take responsibility of these behavior?
What you needed to do, and I need you to be honest, because somebody sent you that video. The video before that, I was in a suit when the police assaulted me and tore my clothes, including Eugene, and the very police with other people, staffers, they moved into the John's chamber, and that's where we're heading to. So you need to
because you are assaulted, and therefore you reacted the way you were reacting?
No, Sandra, listen. I am saying to you, we believe that they were under the instruction of our colleagues that were in the John's chamber, because that's what the police officer said. So we were going there to inquire. And then when we got at the door, I was almost about 10 to 20 feet away from the door when there was a huge altercation between different group of people. People from within, people from from outside. You just stated here a few minutes ago that I am on video telling people to bust the door, or I was pounding on the door. So
but we saw your hand, right, supporting Eugene. But listen, brother, please. Again, we saw your left hand supporting Eugene. Listen now, let's do it one at a time.
I mean, we got so many important things to discuss here.
But no. You know, sometimes, but listen, brother. Sometimes in life, as a man, you take responsibility.
No, I get it wrong.
It's not about your colleagues, it's about your district, it's about the country. To see a lawmaker supporting his fellow lawmaker in the act of kicking down the chamber door. I mean, can you say? I mean, you're being fair in this. I'm not blaming you with what you and Fode fumbling and going through, but there are that just took place, man. There are the people saw that have gone down in history that you led it. I mean, it's from a gangsterism.
Let me respond to that, and I hope you gave me a chance because thousands of people listening to us. Stanton, every member of the legislature, they are responsible men and women for themselves. If somebody is injured and the person have decided to vent his or her anger, I don't have control over my colleagues. I can only appeal to you to stop. If you intend to stop, fine. If you don't intend to stop, fine, because we are all equal. So how do you determine if the left hand you are talking about was my left hand? The first thing that I want you to do is you said in the premise of your conversation.
You said what's in your left hand?
Interrupt me now. That's a rule of do not interrupt me, please.
But you said it was in your left hand.
Wait. You said here before we started in the premise of your conversation, you said, Honorable Marvin Cole, do you take some responsibility because we have a video that you are pounding on the door, you are banging on the door? And I said to you, no. The video has no, listen,
Don't play that game yet.
The video has
Honorable Cole, Marvin, don't play that game. You led the truth. You led the truth.
If I'm walking along with my police, you
led the troop in the building, you climbed up the stairs, you said in your own word, this is a normal place. You said it. You are ready for battle.
We are in legislative. Listen to what I said, legislative battle.
Man, so let's move on. You choose not to take responsibility. At least I hold you on that one. At least I hold you on that one. It's up to you. Your district members in Liberia will remember that you had an opportunity. You had an opportunity, Honorable Cole. Let's move on. Now, guys, this is Spoon Talk, right? Honorable Cole and myself will do this off camera, on camera. Don't be surprised. Let's welcome Uncle Sam and let's welcome Dr. Bropley. The team will be joining us. So let's move on. Honorable Cole.
No, I did not hit
Honorable Cole led the troop in the building and the bank on the door. And again, you gotta go ahead.
Big brother Sam, let's stand to apologize.
But I don't look at big brother, man. What you did to your people, you have. What you did is insurrection. What you did, Honorable Cole, what you did, you led the troop on an insurrection mission, and that was wrong. And that was wrong. And that was form of gangsterism. And you cannot do that. Then we will move on. Again, I will come back to the question. Your colleagues from the majority black suspended you. They say you are removed as chairman for rule, order, and administration. I want you to speak to that, and let's get to the other side of it. And we'll come to the newly elected speaker, Richard Kuhn, and his guys, and what you make of it, and the position of J. Funati Kofa, Councillor Kofa, and the way forward. And Liberian people are going to get something from this one today. Again, welcome to Spoon Talk, folks. It's good to have you, Dr. Bropley. It's good to have you, Uncle Sam. What do you make about the election of Richie Nagbe-Kum, sir?
But, Stanton, this is completely laughable. Because I believe in my mind that anything that is not done legally is not done at all. The first thing, the resolution, the integrity of the resolution has been questioned since 1 month ago. Meaning, at the very time you were signing and you say you have 47 and you needed Luther Collins to sign to make that resolution 48, the original copy of the resolution were arrested. It was associated with bribery, with fraud. The integrity of the resolution came on questionable circumstances. At that point in time, it has no more integrity. Because the law of equity, when you come with equity, you must come with clean hands. Right now, that matter we're taking to the LACC. We know that there are some influences that are playing there. We don't question the integrity of the LACC, but they have invited individual 1 or 2 times, and we don't even hear anything. And I'm hoping that you, Stanton, will muster the courage to send for the LACC to ask them what is happening. Because the bribery that associated with that resolution has more gravity than even the resolution to remove Fonante Kofa. You call names of individuals today in section who rescinded their signatures from that resolution sent months ago, but you're still claiming that those people are part of your resolution. And our rules clear. Rule 9, Rule 10, all of the rules that talk about the removal procedures, the procedure. It doesn't mean if you have 60 human beings, even 72 lawmakers sign a resolution to remove me. There are procedures that you have to use. Those procedures are enshrined in the Constitution, due process. But this is a resolution. Did you listen to James Clare, who is one of the architects behind this so-called and criminal resolution? When he proffered a motion today for them to have voted, you know why they fell short of the vote and they withdrew the motion and they said, no more motion. Go back to the video, and I want all of the world to wait. Stanton, you have that video. Please play it for us. So we can tell you what happened in section today, completely illegal. When James Clare was speaking, please play all that video.
No, we'll get the video. We'll play the video. Let's just put it on. But Marvin, you just called the video. I just can put it up there. We do not operate like that. I got to upload the video.
All the information. Start protecting your people. You always want
Marvin, you can say what you want to say. We are not there yet.
Let me continue.
Please.
Let me continue. At that point in time, in fact, he was insisting that action should be taken against Fonante Kofa today. And you heard all his colleagues on the floor, some of them say, oh, all those pieces of noise were coming from all the way in the corner because his colleagues even disagreed with him. And they went by, they withdrew the motion, and then they say, oh no, it's just to receive the report and endorse it because they couldn't have voted. If they had attempted voting, they were going to be defeated. That's why they ran away from the vote. But our rules require that you get a person due process and you should take votes on the resolution. So once you did not do that process, you did not give him the opportunity, you did not bring the complaint as required, and that complaint should be brought in section. That complaint should be filed to the Rules Order and Administration. Investigation should be conducted. That investigation report should be brought back to plenary, and vote should be taken. The speaker is removed. Now, let me tell you one of the major shortcomings of that resolution today. The previous resolution, which you have copied, go and read it. It has nothing on a dissolution of committees. But the resolution read today, which you have, talks about the dissolution of committee. It's also associated with criminality. Because some of the colleagues who signed the previous resolution, the intent was, you have accused Honorable J. Fonante Kofa, the speaker, and they signed that the Fonante Kofa should be given due process. If you listen to some of the people who did rescind their signatures from that the previous resolution, they said they will rescind their signature even though they are part, but until he's accorded due process, they will not go to your section anymore. Did you do that? But today, your new resolution, you talk about dissolution of committee, and then our rules also require, if you have to do any change or changes in our rules, you must have a written communication and circulated to the members in 24 hours to suspend the rule. Go to Rule 63 of our rules. It's clear. They decided to ignore all of those things. Look at how they conducted the so-called irresponsible election that they wanted to remove the speaker. The kangaroo election. That's what they did. The guys conducted themselves that somebody was chasing them in 1990. When you heard that,
so let's go to that because we gotta have some, take it easy. You want me to upload some stuff? We are uploading it, so that go small, yeah, chair, because it will help us better. Uncle Sam, while we're working on this thing, do you have any question? We'll go to Dr. Bubla. Welcome to the show, Fandela Patrick. It's good to see you in your bow tie. Again, I know that you're on your way to the state in the next 2 weeks while Uncle Sam is on his way back to Liberia. You guys want to exchange plane, and Dr. Bubla is here also. He should be in Liberia for a very big program that is coming up in December. I'm not going to talk about that program.
It's a disclaimer, CEO. No, it's a disclaimer, CEO.
But we're back. Welcome to the show. Let's move ahead, Uncle Sam. But man, we'll come to you. But this thing becoming to be a problem. Every day you come at this step. Uncle Sam, let me ask you. You and myself were on the program this morning with special edition this morning. Liberians are concerned. Do we have two speakers? Honorable J. Marvin Cole said he does not recognize Richard Kun as a speaker. He recognized on the Funati Kofa.
I was saying flag when you stopped me. So you wanted me to end before you go to your panelists, please?
Yeah, okay, go ahead, because we got to bring in a question. Go ahead.
So, Rule 54 of our rules clear. All committee chairperson, blah, blah, blah. So I should, no. Today, what you saw or what you witnessed at the Capitol, I don't believe any sincere Liberian will want to see the repeat of that. Nobody will want to see it. So after they did what they did, our committee report, they talk about Rule 54 of our Senate. They say all committee chairpersons and members shall serve for the period of 3 years. Shall serve 3 years. But we are talking about 11 months. This is binding on the House of Representatives. They say chairperson and co-chair may be removed. So chairperson or co-chair may be removed by majority, 2/3 majority of the member. That did not happen. We didn't see it. So you came and dismantled the entire committees, remove committee chairpersons, remove committee co-chairs without any notice or notices to members of the House of Representatives. That was so embarrassing. It is embarrassing. That's why I wanted to bring in about Rule 54 before we can continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Cole. Thank you. Uncle Sam, let's come to you. What we witnessed this morning was shocking, Uncle Sam. But here we are with Honorable Man J. Marvin Cole. Let's talk about what you saw. You think fairness will in this game today?
Well, first of all, Honorable Marvin Cole, I'm your in-law. I have a daughter who was born in Palala, so I feel like I have a Bunk County link. Her name is Hania, so I just want to let the Pella people know that. But listen, seriously, I don't have any questions. I do have some reaction to what happened today. Today was a day that will go down in history as a day of infamy. A day where the democracy that was bequeathed to us by the blood, the sweat, the tears, and the suffering of our people was butchered by a bunch of renegade lawmakers. Look, they wanted to get rid of Funati, and there's a process that is enshrined in our Constitution. It says you must have 2/3, and it said you must have a process where you present evidence, where he is, and then you vote. When the legislators started to say yesterday that a resolution does not require a vote, I knew they were up to complete shenanigans. That's why I have always called them renegades. And I'm even going to transform the renegades now into bandits. They're bandits Because what they did today was sheer banditry by butchering the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. I mean, they're a shameless group of people. By going in there and there were people sitting in that waiting for an orderly trial to bring out the evidence against the speaker. He will recuse himself. They don't have the votes. So what they did was to overthrow the first branch of government, and that is seditious. And if we had true constitutional order, where we had a system of good legal redress, people will be spending time in jail. But Liberia, unfortunately, there's no rule of law. Our court system are bedeviled by lots of challenges. And my Liberian people, my water before I end, you don't get up in the morning, Sunday morning, to move Tamba Taylor or whoever the chief is because you don't like him. The small children gather in the village and they say, we don't want a chief, and the chief must leave. Then you tie the chief and you cut him off. That's not Liberia. That's not democracy. This democracy, what they are playing with today, lots of my colleagues died for that. I have scars on my back for that democracy, the 1986 Constitution, that was so flagrantly violated today. But I have faith in the Liberian people. The Liberian people will peacefully and vehemently resist this unconstitutional and undemocratic and diabolical acts that were carried out in the first branch of government today.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Boplet.
Thank you, CEO, and good evening to all my friends. Marvin Cole, good to see you. To all those who watch and listen, I pray that as well where you are. So I don't know the format right now, our CEO, but I have a question for Agenda Cole, and I have an observation about what happened today. So the question first. So Marvin Cole, you're a lawmaker, and lawmakers make laws not just for the sake of making them, but they make them so that we, the people, can be governed by them. And the lawmakers themselves are governed by the law because they're not above the law. So lawmakers are not licensed to be lawbreakers. And on that video, you were saying, quote unquote, leading the truth. And I think any fair-minded person can say that. You were in a confrontational mode. You did say legislative war, but then when you got to the door, there was physical, violence trying to bust down the door. My question to you is, what, if anything, did you say to your colleagues or those in the group that was to mitigate or to reduce or to stop what was going on? Clearly, it was a violent attempt to bust through the door and get in. Did you say anything? And if so, what did you say or do?
Thank you, Dr. Bopler. The first thing is, I would wish for him to go back to the video. Before we get to the door, at the door, there were lawmakers already at the door. And some of those lawmakers did not go with me. So I was just following. So I was not leading through. When I heard that the police that brutalized us and the staffers who did that, they was ordered by our police, I was going there. Legislative war is not confrontation.
I agree.
It's intellectual exchanges. And
I agree.
So when you are angered by people's actions, you will not be in the state of normality. And that's just what you saw. In fact, I went in that building with a suit brand, a chocolate suit on me, and when I was brutalized, I have to take it off and run. My staff ran to buy me a t-shirt. So I was going to confront my colleagues. Why you have to treat a lawmaker like this? So it was wrong. I did not give instruction because no lawmaker was under my instruction, and no lawmaker could be placed under my instruction. I don't think it was me. Stanton, as he said, that woman, Stanton said on the show here that I was on the video and I was stepping the door. Now he played the video made him shame. He could not come back and say, Honorable, I did not watch the video properly. I want to apologize to your person and the characterization I gave you about. So he researched to find something that may characterize or link me to that kind of character. That's why he continued to research, and people is surrogates trying to send him those kind of information. But I'm not deterred. I'm here to respond to those questions, but that I did not give instruction.
Go back to the data question, please. Oh, Lord.
Back to my question. Did you, as a lawmaker, as a peacemaker, did you say anything? If I were in the Capitol and I see lawmakers or people in my group trying to step down the door, I would say something.
Let me answer, please.
Yeah. So did you say anything or do anything to stop, prevent, minimize the violent display we saw?
When I went upstairs and met some of our colleagues are there, they were angry the way people treated them at the gate. I said, look, gentlemen, send the door is like, let's go back downstairs and avoid confrontation. I thought it was just a normal thing that we're going to come to exchange our ideas, and the normal thing, we can argue, we can sometimes do a lot of stuff. So when I knew that it was becoming confrontational, I advised all of our colleagues, that even staff us, and say everybody go back downstairs, and we came back downstairs. I think my intervention was timely, and the conversation I had with some of our colleagues who were around, because what they were opting for, they said, we got to go in there to confront the deputy speaker, to tell him the way we were treated by the police, the gangster police of Gregory Coma, it was bad. To beat on lawmakers, to have torn their clothes. That's why they were going there to confront the deputy speaker about, because it was being Raymond that they were under the instruction of our colleagues over there. But when the door was locked, the Minister of Internal Affairs were there, the Minister of Transport were there. They were acting under the instruction of the executive, and the executive continued to aid and abet what is going on at the Capitol. If they continue, I listened to some group of people talking this afternoon, like Mo Ali talking about a decent administration that grabs somebody, then turn them over to a group of rebels, and they killed the man today. Cabinet Channel crying all over. You can produce the living body of this man. Is that a government you want to boast about? Is that a government that beat on police? That beat on lawmakers? It's bad.
Okay, so with all due respect, police are supposed to maintain law and order. It doesn't matter who it is. If they feel by their judgment that there was a need to maintain law and order, and unfortunately our lawmakers were amongst the person, police are authorized by law to do what it's supposed to do. If the lawmakers feel aggrieved, they know their recourse. We have recourse by law. But that said, you said things to help calm down the situation and bring about peace. If you have any video or anything, you can share with us at some point, and then we will be glad to share that. That way it makes the case. But here's what I want to say, Stanton. What happened today? I am surprised at what happened today. I've always said that if the majority bloc have an issue against the speaker, that they have a right to raise those issues, follow due process, and let those things be adjudicated. They have a right to do so. I've also advocated on this show repeatedly that we need leadership, and somebody needs to move. They need to be in the same room, and they need to find a resolution so we'll get back to doing the people's business. But I am at a loss for the process that we saw today, that there can just be effectively an alternative structure. And then you will write to executive and write to diplomatic corps and say, now we got a new order. I thought that the coming together was going to initiate the process, due process. Okay, we got issue against the speaker. True. The speaker recuses himself. And then you go into investigation, then you come back and do what you need to do. But it seems like the whole investigative part was bypassed, unless I missed that today.
No, we're going to come to it, Dr. Bopler, because again, the honorable man is right. We got to play those videos. The step when James Colette was speaking, the back and forth from the presiding officer, who is Thomas Fala. I want us to take our time and move through for the people to understand and see what was the mistake and the illegality of this situation. But again, I want to say thank you, Dr. Bopler. We want to spend enough time with the honorable man, Honorable J. Marvin Cole. Honorable Cole, you said, Stanton, if you show me the video that I step on the door and kick the door, I will resign. I'm not too interested because you know, they suspended you already. If they say, I pray they shouldn't go through, so I don't want you to resign. You know, I want you to be there. That to me, you're a very nice guy. All right. Number one. Number two, on the fact is that whether they got a speaker, I do believe right now we got two speakers. One from the majority black and one from the minority black, who is Councilor J. Fonati Kofa.
Information standard, please.
Okay, go ahead.
When you had Samuel Kayandod here, 1989, insurgent, intangible element attacked the Republic of Liberia. Up to the capital, Samuel Kayandod was still the president of the Republic of Liberia. Even though you have Greater Liberia and Lower Liberia that Charles Taylor claimed he was the president, nobody recognizes him as president at the time. There was only one democratically elected president, and that was Samuel Kayandod. When he was apprehended by the current senator of Nimba County, it was being said that President Samuel Kayandod of the Republic of Liberia had been arrested. As far as we know, anything that is not done legally is not done at all. For you to even recognize or to attempt recognizing that there are two speakers, it will be disheartening. It will be embarrassing to the Constitution. It will be embarrassing to the people of Liberia. There was an attempt to have a speaker, but it's out of order, it's out of law, it's out of procedure, so you cannot recognize such a president that you have two speakers. Until Fonati Kofa is constitutionally, procedurally removed and then votes, election conducted. How about the other guys who are with Fonati Kofa who got legitimate rights to have participated in an election? You deprive all of them. More than 10 to 15, 20 lawmakers were deprived not to participate in electing their speaker, so to say. What happens? So if you did that today, you cannot be referring to Richard Kun as a speaker, because not everybody that with Fonati Kofa, they got a problem with. Why did you not circulate the notice?
So let me move on. Let me move on, honorable man, because listen. You listen. You can say what you want to say, and let me say what I want to say. All right. I do believe that you guys have ruled that you guys follow, and the Constitution also. But what we saw today, the majority block of the House of Representatives said they have their speaker. Their speaker is J. Fonati Kofa. Now you can argue it. Let me ask you about this video. Let me play this video. Then we'll go to Vendetta Patrick.
John Chambers.
Who in that video kicking on the door? Can you just name that representative?
Let Stanton be able to tell us who in the video that kicking the door.
I'm asking you, my friend, because you're in the video.
I am not the one to validate your evidence. That you,
so again,
I cannot be using evidence against me. You want me to tell you in the video?
Yeah, because number one, you guys have uniform on. Everybody had the same T-shirt. It's not my concern. Number one. You and 2 or 3 other lawmakers had the same T-shirt, and we
You
can
want me to
play a
correct that,
game,
please?
right? No,
You want
you
me
will
to
have your
correct that?
time. You will have your time to speak,
Okay,
honorable
okay.
man. I'm just here. If you can take some.
Mr.
No,
CEO, can I ask you a question, please?
no. Please don't interrupt me.
No, I want to ask you a question because I want to know what I'm doing here on the panel. Am I interrogating Marvin Cole on something that was done?
No, it's up to you. We have never.
About what happened
No,
today.
everybody
I'm asking a question. I think that a lot of people are more interested. They're more interested in what happened today.
Uncle Sam, only one moderator we have, right?
Yeah, but I'm asking you a question.
Uncle Sam, you have your time. You have your time to ask questions. But what you did, you gave a statement. Let me have my time, Uncle Sam. Don't ask me or tell me what to do.
You are interrogating
exactly.
Uncle
Sam, I agree.
Uncle Sam, the first time I drink water in Spoon Studio, this is the first time I would drink water in Spoon Studio. This is the first time. All of the appearances I've had, they borrowed a bottle of water. I would drink some.
So why you giving that announcement? Why you giving that announcement?
I mean, this is not an interrogation.
Uncle Sam, you can't do this, Uncle Sam. You had the chance to ask your question. Why you interrupting my question? No, Vandetta, let's try to get something other. No, I will come to you, Vandetta Patrick, but I must ask my question. When you ask your question, I do not interrupt you. So, Uncle Sam, I'm surprised if you can't defend me, Marvin Cole, because I'm asking
No, because I didn't care to interrogate Marvin Cole. That's not who you some time. I can put you like a sour leaf rice. I cooked the rice.
Uncle Sam, please go eat your cassava rice.
Yeah,
when I finish asking my question,
call me when you finish.
When I finish asking my question, you will come back.
When you're ready to talk about the real issue that happened today, you will come back.
Let's go to the substantive of the issue.
Uncle Sam, go eat your cassava rice. When I finish asking my question, don't wait for me. When I finish asking my question, you come back. So, Honorable Cole.
The moderator directs the show. The moderator directs the show. We all need to be respectful of that. The moderator directs the show. Not just this show, but every show. The moderator directs the show. So let's be respectful.
Thank you very much. These guys there, Vandetta Patrick or Uncle Sam on the same side, they just don't want me to play this video, right? And listen, I can let this go. But you know, when you push me, I got to push you too. So because of Uncle Sam blood pressure going up, let me let it go. Let me come back to the basic.
My blood pressure? You want to do blood pressure on national TV? I'll do it, yo.
Okay, I'm going to let it go. Jim Marvin Cole. I pass that one. Let me come to the issue that Uncle Sam wants us to talk about. So before we go to my brother Vandetta Patrick, right? What's the next step for Honorable Councillor Fonati Kofa?
The first important step I just said to you here, the first thing is to validate the signatures that on that resolution. The second thing that associated with the resolution that makes it invalid is your initial resolution that all over in the public, you talked about removal of the speaker, the 6 counts, nothing in the 6 count that talk about the dissolution of committees. The illegal removal of committee chairs. You did not talk about that. Today, you spoke about the dissolution of committees and the reappointment of committee chairs. That's a violation. You all thought the intent of the people who signed that resolution were on the basis of the 6 counts. But today, you fraudulently use that signature to dissolve committees, which is
last question straight before Patrick came in. So you are saying that they took the signature page of the 47, the original signature page. Is that what you're talking about?
What I said.
And they attached it to this document today.
Thank you.
To make the case of remover.
Even though there are colleagues who did rescind their signatures in the public, and they say, look, I am not seeing the due process that you are convincing me about. Because if you say, in that resolution today, when they were making their case, they never talk about the audit. They removed the audit part of it. That was one of the criminal things associated with the action today. Our colleagues should not be doing that. The previous resolution, you talk about the 6 count, it was inclusive of the audit of the House of Representatives. So right now, what needs to be done? If you are sure of your 49 or your 50 or your 71 or 72, you will put it on the floor that the speaker automatically will recuse himself. The deputy speaker, except there is a complaint against him. If there is no complaint, the deputy speaker will preside. That complaint, the resolution will be turned over to the Committee on Rules, Order, and Administration. If you think the Rules, Order, and Administration compromise, he or she, the chair, Honorable Marvin Cole, will recuse himself, and a new person will take over. That matter will be investigated. The report will be brought back on the plenary floor, and then that report will be voted upon. People will raise their hands. Those Stanton Waterspoon, 48. Number 48 on this paper. Is this a signature? Yeah, that is my signature. I support the removal of the speaker based on the counts and the report. On that
Thank you. Let me bring in Fandela Patrick, guys, while we stick on this story.
Remove.
Yeah, so Fandela, talk to us your 2 questions or statements, sir.
So CEO, let me commend Honorable J. Marvin Cole for holding on the ground of integrity, even though I disagree with him with respect to what happened the first time. I must say this clearly, with no fear and favor, that, and you came here, you said, once these guys can go back to session, you give them due process. I mean, not due process, you allow them to operate. That was very observant about you. You greater your situation, that look, it happened. That's it. But what transpired today, CEO? I want all Liberians to be aware. If you are listening to your radio tonight or driving home, I want you to park on the side of the road and listen. We rebuke and destroy a man, George Weah. There are people in this country, they said the man brain was under his feet. Unprecedented acceptance of election result. This man had the army on his side. He had the arms and ammunition on his side with a thin margin. President Weah decided to accept the result of the election because Liberians, through their representatives, spoke. In less than 9 months, this president of a kissy trap that I belong is sitting and seeing the country being set on fire. I am disappointed. I am a victim of the war. That's why I don't eat any animal slaughter in my presence, because of the bad memories of the war. As a kid, I saw how people were decapitated in my presence. I am a victim. Oh, you think you just see us walking, you think we're normal? We are not normal. I am not an animal to be oblivious of historical antecedents. I am disappointed in Koga when the former head of state sat at the executive mansion that certain groups of people will not exist. He proceeded to destroy them. They had no option but to revenge. After 34 years, the very victims are now supporting the subversion, the same thing Samuel Doe did, that what they are doing now to do something different. CEO, I returned to this country after living in the US. Nobody forced me to come back to Liberia.
All right, man, your time up though. We can do the part 2 of your story on your next round of questions and statements.
Let me conclude on this.
Yeah, real quick.
Today, what we witness at the National Legislature is what I describe as constitutional brutality. Yesterday, when we revealed that this will happen, we said, people, let them come. You saw them arguing that as long as you sign a resolution, it means you can't take it from there. A resolution is not a contract. It is not a contract. It is important. Let me suggest as a close, can we call two legal experts tonight to tell us whether when you sign a resolution, you don't have a right to
The
from
Constitution
there.
provides
You and I, we are not legal scholars. Let's call them tonight. Can we call them tonight?
Go ahead, call them.
Let's-
We'll come back. We'll come back to you, Fadela. Call them. Let's get back to call whoever you want to call that we can address this. We are expecting we should be having Councillor Kabinan Jana on tonight. We still waiting on him. J. Marvin Cole. I'm taking back my question to you before Uncle Sam coming with his question. I'm taking back on the fact that the newspaper carrying it now. You say, oh, Stanton, don't say it. And I respect that. One country, two speaker, the new republic. One country, two speaker. We said that this morning. How did we get here, Honorable Cole? Who do you think responsible for such a thing? Destroying the Constitution. And this is going down in history. Whether we have Speaker Kuhn or Speaker Kofa, how did we get here and who is responsible?
Stanton and the people of Liberia, all of our colleagues who you saw in that section today, giving their support and their consent to that so-called resolution that was being read, are the people who decided to constitutionally commit murder. They decided to brutalize the Constitution of this republic. They decided to invade our rules and regulations. And they decided to stage an opportunity for violence to have ensued at the grounds of the Capitol. If Fanatic Kofa did not exercise maturity and the responsibility that he took oath to defend and protect this Constitution, that place could have been chaotic. Lastly, I'm saying to you, this government under the watch of Joseph Boakai, through the security apparatus, more especially the police, headed by Gregory Como, who threatened me as a person, sitting lawmaker, that I did not know what he carried. I did not know his capacity to commit evil. He said I have the text message in my phone because you talk about vehicle and I just commented on it. He sent me that text message. To have hijacked the Constitution.
You are saying that the police are threatening you?
I have the text message.
Can you send it? If you don't mind, I can put it up if you want to send it.
Yes, I'm sending it to you now.
Okay. Dr. Bopler, again, Uncle Sam, it's good to have us talking about this issue. Uncle Sam, but what's hitting you right now when you see one country, two speaker?
So something you have the text message. I don't know whether Uncle Sam could just let me land, then he comes in with his.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
So this is the police director sending me that message. Watch what happened. It was all organized. By the time the so-called election took place, barrage of pickups with police, PSU, riot police officer, when no riot was taking place, they flooded the grounds of the Capitol, went for Richard Nangbekun, and put him in a vehicle, escorted him to their legislative seat, the RLJ Hotel. And they are there tonight, protecting him. And they illegally remove committee chairs and other people, knowing that these same people, they are men and women that got people under their control. If we have decided to have responded the way they conducted themselves, maybe somebody could have gotten killed. But Fanatic Kofa have always said and will always stand by the rule of law. He told us the recourse to these actions, the number of violence, will not follow them, will go to the court. That will be the place of the last option. And I know the Supreme Court, there's a gentleman who was here this morning or this afternoon, one Saki. That thing finished. It finished. No court can do nothing about it. Supreme Court will not do anything. The executive can't do nothing. If the executive or the court doesn't save the state, Article 1 and Article 2 of our Constitution will invoke those authorities. I say all power inherent in the people for their governance and for their happiness. The thousands of all were gathered around and will besiege the Capitol building and the entire executive ground.
You are saying that? Is that what you said?
You're saying that, yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Uncle Sam, don't do this now, Uncle Sam. When I want to ask the man this question, you interrupt me. We got to be very clear here, okay? I'm not disrespecting you, Uncle Sam, but let's hear it from him. Can you repeat what you just said, please, in your own words?
A gentleman was on the show this afternoon. He said to you, that speaker thing finished. Nothing can be done. The executive can do nothing. The court will not get involved. I say, if that is what he's saying, he's trying to preempt the decision of the court that should save the state and uphold the rule of law. If they fail to do so, then Article 1 and Article 2 of the Constitution will invoke those authorities that say all power inherent in the people for their governance, for their happiness. Those people who elected us, like me, I have 19,500 human beings in Bond County that voted for me. And that ballot that I cast for Funati Kofa to be speaker, let me provide him this civil and simple elementary vocation. The gentleman who are here, that only 73 people voted for him. No. As this president of this republic was voted for, Funati Kofa was voted for the same way. Because the 19,000 human beings that voted for me in Bond County District Number 3, it is the votes that were given to me by those people that I came and cast that ballot to vote for Funati Kofa, because I could not have brought 19,000 human beings at the Capitol to vote for their speaker. That's why our rules and the Constitution, we are the deputies of the people. So whoever we elect, in absentia, the people of this elected Funati Kofa. So
all right, let me do it real quick, because the rest of the guys want to come on, and the other side want to also respond. I'd like to bring in Uncle Sam and Dr. Boble again, but let me put this message up. You have asked me to do so. You choose the wrong fight. Your desire to drag me into your nasty politics will never work. You do not know me, and neither do you know what I carry. I'd advise you to think twice the next time you intend to lie to me publicly. And he said this message came from Gregory Kuma?
Yes.
Why?
It was a time when you spoke about Gregory Kuma vehicle, when you talk about Amin Mudar, the former minister of vehicle, and then Sekou at the port, the kind of cars the guys are riding. And I said Gregory Kuma is coming from Singapore going to the police station with $120,000 car, and he telling me about lawmaker using $45,000 car. Right after the show, he sent me that text message.
Wow.
So he thought I brought that information. And since that time, let me give you one revelation again. And this is important. I said to my family, I have made public this information. At the police station, the police headquarters of the Republic of Liberia, the latter said that they were expecting me. There was a meeting held, and the intent of that meeting was to get at me. They planted people that they are going to stage a riot, and if I are going to be caught among the people like what you saw, walking with a group of people, somebody could have just rushed to me and get rid of me because they.
How can you believe that this message came from Gregory Kuma, man? It's a false message. It got nothing connected to Gregory.
Let me tell you.
It has nothing. It's a forwarded.
Okay, you got Nelson right here. Ask Nelson to validate that.
Print out the whole thing and send it. If you got his phone number attached to the message,
let me call the phone number to you.
No, screenshot it.
This Samsung doesn't screenshot. Okay, you will have it. This is Colonel Gregory Coleman.
No,
You can
no,
see
no.
it.
You are not helping, sir.
Wait,
You want to listen to me? Listen, honorable man. Give the phone to Nelson. He will take the picture of that face because I just don't want us to run with this kind of threatening messages and something. Uncle Sam, you coming? Want to welcome Asifa to the show. Uncle Sam, but yeah, let me tell you guys, I have 40 will be coming on likewise to speak from their block also. Uncle Sam, let's get to you.
Put it tonight.
Remember, stop interrupting our show back. Stop. Uncle
No,
Sam?
So when I speak, people think I'm beating war drums. I've never beaten war drums in this country in my entire life. I've always been the person promoting peace. I came home in 1977 to speak to the authorities to allow multi-party democracy, to warn them that minority rule was explosive and that if they allow majority rule and phase it in, the state could segue into democracy and all the rights of everybody could be protected. I was rebuffed. Dr. Elwood Dunn was in the meeting, 1977 December. Most of the people that were in that meeting are dead, except Elwood Dunn. Y'all go ask him. When I came home again in 1979, I told the authorities to allow the young men and women to assemble on Gurley Street and that they will be allowed to disperse. April 14, 1979, I was working in the government. I had access to government officials. And go read Albert Port, the day Monrovia stood still. He was the conduit between us and the executive mansion. And Albert Port made a statement in that pamphlet, Mr. President, you mean you can't do this for peace to allow these young people to assemble? Read it. You're always accusing me of being somebody who loves war. I don't love war. I've always spoken against war. You gave me another 2 minutes. I will explain it to you before.
No, we don't have enough time, Uncle Sam. Let's move on.
I mean, but I still have 2 minutes.
Another 2 minutes. I cannot.
Okay, so give me another minute. Give me another minute.
No, I can't. Uncle Sam, let's move on. We'll come back to you, Uncle Sam. This is time. Uncle Sam, I want to bring that. No, Uncle Sam, no. I want us to get enough from Marvin Cole today.
I want to speak for 45 seconds.
Let me say this.
No, let me finish, Marvin Cole. Marvin Cole, please, I beg you. When they were recruiting Kuompa, when they were recruiting Kuompa, I told the people doing the recruitment, go read the late Dr. Dolo's book. I told them, say, don't do it, the country will implode. They didn't listen, they brought Kuompa, Kuompa was killed. When they were doing their recruitment in 1987, I told Tom Wayu, I told the others, don't do it. War will set the country back 50 years. They did it. Okay.
So let's move on, Uncle Sam.
Let me finish. It's important.
But you gotta hold on. You're wasting our time, man.
No, I'm telling you now.
You will be a good winner for the World Cup.
We got it.
I want to TRC.
Be quiet for that, please.
I'm telling you again. All the people that talking and say this thing cannot disintegrate. When you see people fighting and taking sides in a country, it's time for the churches, the mosques, and everybody, the synagogues, to come together to start talking to the people to cool it down. Because power is what we fought over in 135 wars in Liberia. Power. June 1915.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. Uncle Sam, thank you. Uncle Sam, I'm back here. Let me meet you for a little bit. Thank you very much for the history lesson. Dr. Bopla, let's get back to the current issue here and allow our history to be help to those that are coming after us. Talk to us after Brooklyn.
Thank you, Stanton. So before I say what I really want to say, I just want to inject here something in response to what my colleague Fandela said about how President we are responded and accepted the result. And he said that he has the military on his side. The army is never on the side of the president. The army is always on the side of the republic and the people. So that's not something that the president can press a button and say, "I'm not moving from the office. I got an army." I wanted to inject that because a lot was made about President Weah's acceptance, but he was not the first person to accept result in Liberia. In fact, result was accepted by the man who president now when Weah won the election. But here's what I want to say. We are really in a very difficult place. And I have to go back mentally, historically. In the pre-war era, the people in the Honorable House of Representatives were paid a lot less. But they seem to have so much more respect. And it seems like they cherish their institution. Today, unfortunately, I think our lawmakers do not cherish, do not show the level of respect for the institution like we saw yesterday, and they need to go back to that place, take a history lesson if they need to, so that they can respond to things properly. It is very important. The other thing I've said, Senator, repeatedly is that we need leadership. I'll say we need leadership. And people say, well, the Constitution, the Constitution. If the Constitution speaks to a matter and is not solving the problem, you need to find a way to talk. I said conversation and negotiation should go before litigation. Here we are today. The speaker now is going back to the court. There should have been more effort to keep talking. Even if you feel you have the Constitution on your side, if there's no movement, no progress, then you find a way to move this forward so we don't get in this awkward place where we're talking about two speakers. Our Constitution does not provide for two speakers. I think when this is all said and done, we, the people, must take a closer look at this group that represent us, and we must find a way to make this whole institution better. I think we, the people, are being taken for granted. I don't think our lawmakers cherish and respect the institution as well as they should.
All right, before we do that, let me bring forward in. Since we have Honorable Cole here, it will be only fair to get the view from the other side.
You have not played
I got it, Honorable Cole. Let's try to. So no, hold on. Go in the chat room. Put your suggestion in the chat room. Honorable for the family. Put your suggestion in the chat room. I beg you, my man, don't do this. Honorable for the family, welcome to the show. Let's hear you. Welcome. We still have J. Marvin Cole here, so let's hear you.
Thank you again, CEO. I sat back listening to, like you said, the old man Jackson was explaining history that only he was there. It was like a fun to me. 1979, he alone was there. All of the history, he has always been a present in that room, that the dawn he was there. So, but the real issue is that thank you for always trying to have this platform where Liberians will have the opportunity to listen to their leaders as to how the country is being governed. I sat by and listened, and I believe your conversation has centered around the decision and the impact of said decisions on the general public. I believe today there were people who has misbehaved, and I felt it was always necessary.
Allow us to interrupt you to make this thing go smoothly, please. Since you are on the other side, let's just ask you a question and balance this conversation. Sorry that I'm interrupting you because I don't want us to go through the long man J. Marvin Cole in the studio. So let me ask you, Honorable Family, do you have a new speaker?
Yes, from the election today, there's a new speaker.
Was the election a legitimate one?
The elections was in keeping with our rules and procedure and all laws controlling our rules, section 10, rule 10. I can share that with you. I think you have a soft copy. Please place the soft copy up for the public to read for all of us. Rule 10.
Okay, I think Honorable Cole know what Rule 10 says. Again, I'm asking you.
The issue that has to do with successions of leadership when the office of the speaker shall become vacant by reasons of removal. Today, we had a situation where the speaker was removed based on 50 signatures of a resolution that was signed.
Can we stick to the signature? And can we stick to the signature? I'm gonna bring in Fandela Patrick.
No, I want to lay the basic of
we understand. We understand. I beg you, sir.
You understand, but the Liberian people might not have such a clarity.
Okay,
So
go ahead. Go ahead, finish up.
Then you can be able to ask your question. So the first thing is to inform the public that yes, our action was legal. It's in keeping with Rule 10. That when the speaker is removed, the deputy speaker automatically becomes speaker. When the speaker is removed, the deputy speaker automatically becomes speaker, and he's given the time from 0 to 60 days to conduct an election.
Okay.
Within our rule. Read the rule.
Okay,
so
thank you.
The action today was legal. The next thing is that you
no, that's it right there. No, let's just remain there. I gotta bring the guys in. Fandela Patrick, the honorable man, wait 1 minute, small, please.
Yeah, CEO. I want clarity. He said when the speaker is removed, the deputy speaker assumes the position, and he has 60 days to conduct election for the new speaker. Am I correct, Honorable Famula? Is that what you are saying?
The deputy speaker who had a speaker has within WRTHIN within 60 days. It could be 1 hour after that removal. It could be 2 hours. It could be 3 hours. It could be 24 hours. It could be 1 week. It could be two weeks. It should be within 60 days. That's what the law says. So read the procedure and know that that process was legal.
So my position here is, for the sake of the public,
I'm stating the law. We are
no, Fode, let the man speak. I beg you, Fode, please. Everybody should be having the chance to speak.
Fode, I'm only being mature to respect you as an honorable man, and because of public civility or intellectual civility, we will not use the words. I come in, CEO.
Yes, so let's go ahead.
I don't want to use undigested words here, so I will respect you. But I am merely concerned about the resolution. Initially, you said you have 47 persons who signed a resolution. Today, you say you have 50. But among the 50 names, under our law, people went to other areas to resign. To say the resolution they signed was to give the speaker due process. But because you were hesitant to give the speaker due process, they resigned their signatures. They notarized that, and it was published. Nevertheless, you still maintain then that because they initially signed, you use that resolution as a guarantee to remove the speaker. My question to you is, Honorable Famula, is it not legal under our law that when you sign a resolution, you can resign that resolution?
So let me state for the record, my brother Vendetta, you will agree with me that you are a professional person and you are a person of age, and all of those who signed that resolution, they are all people of age and of sound mind. If you see that resolution with all of the counts, they read it properly and they signed onto it. What happened good was that when they signed, they did not show up in session, meaning they were in full support to the extent where some of them even asked for an excuse. We're not playing politics with this country. We need to be very sincere with how we deal with the Liberian people.
No, Honorable Famona, you maybe you didn't get me.
No, let him finish. Fadela, let him finish. Fadela, stop saying no. Fadela, stop saying no. Let him finish.
All come on this platform for.
No, you always said no. You gotta wait. Go ahead, Fode.
Element is trying to.
Fadela, let me learn now, brother.
Go ahead, Fode.
So in every case where you sign a document, in the context of legislative politics, decisions are taken on the basis of resolution. You went out, you signed a resolution, you are aware by signing is your vote. And the easier way to dissent is to go back to session and express it on the records. Our journalists should carry our dealings. All of the lawmakers who signed, they are aware that everything we go about doing in session, they are all official and they can be used in court. So as such, all of our statements are recorded for history's sake. All of the lawmakers, they are
okay.
in that
so
room.
I think you answered this. Fadela, please stop interrupting the show. Please. No, you will not do this today. You gotta wait. No, don't do this, man. Everybody is quiet. Stop interrupting, please.
No, but you don't do that. The man is trying.
No, you will not do that. Only one moderator. Yes, stop, please. Can you go ahead and complete, Honorable Fode?
All of the lawmakers who signed onto that resolution, they were all in good mind. They have not said they were sick. Some of them wrote an excuse. They read the resolution, they signed onto it, they were playing politics, they did not turn up in session.
Okay.
They did not turn up in session.
So let's hold you there. I think we got Honorable Fode. Honorable Fode, let's hold you there. Honorable Fode, let's hold you there. I think we got your point. Fadela, can you finish up, please? We got to go to J. Marvin Cole to respond to Fode.
I made it very clear. I don't think you're doing service to me, but I accept. I'm a Democrat. I accept. What I'm saying to him, he did not answer the question. People signed the resolution because the majority bloc said they will give the speaker due process. And on the basis of due process, people affix their signature. If you will give the man due process, I'm willing to sign. In this case, there was no due process. They rescinded their signature. You share the notarized version of their rescinded signature in our chat room. I am asking this honorable lawmaker, you did not give the speaker a due process. And as a consequence, people who initially signed the resolution rescinded their signatures, but you still use their signatures on ground that there are 50 signatures to remove the speaker. I wanted you to address that.
So let me then learn, and you be very peaceful for me to learn, brother. I said to you, one of the fundamental issues that when you discuss due process that is always called for is the issue of notice. When notice are served, when notice are put in place, it provide a condition for people to respond. All of the guys have ample time to appear and serve whatsoever document they had to either the deputy chief clerk or go in session and express it on the journal. to say I'm one of those who signed this resolution today. I'm declining. I was one of those who said the suspension of Honorable J. Marvin Cole as a person from Bone County. I did it on the record. That's how the legislature works. It's not on the basis of my personal feeling. It's on the basis of doing a professional piece of work for the Liberian people to sustain the peace and ensure that you follow the law.
Okay.
So we acted in keeping with the law, and their actions, they have never.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Fode. Before Honorable Fode, thank you. I must go back to the Honorable Man in studio, Honorable Cole. You heard from your colleague. Again, we really need you to contribute on this one.
The first thing, Stanton, Article 3 of the Constitution is very clear: right to associate and disassociate. Any law to the contrary is null and void. So if in fact the people were not under obligation to have even notarized their signatures, call any lawyers and ask them to say, I'm going to decline or I'm rescinding my signature. They needed not to do it. Now, if you talk about what's not a contract, even a contract, the first and second party, anybody can pull. That's why in every contract, there will be the right to disengage at any point in time. And the notice should be served as you rightly stated. The first thing I said here when I was about to speak, the premise of my conversation, Stanton, was this resolution, this so-called resolution, was characterized, associated with bribery. At the point where they were signing resolution in corner places. They were signing the resolution in hotel. They were signing the resolution carrying on inducement. Now, Honorable Luther Collins from Bapolu is an evidence to that. Where did they carry the resolution to him? Around 3rd or 4th Street in a car. And James Square decided to take $200 from the $15,000 he was to give him to sign the resolution. They may arrested the original copy. If they bring any resolution to you, that Stanton, if you sign that resolution at the time and you are number 19 on it, they bring a resolution that will be different from the resolution in our possession, then it means that what they did in session, we will accept that. But I'm telling you, the very resolution that was captured, the very resolution that was taken from for the family likes, was characterized with bribery. You cannot, in effect, it defeated the purpose because it was associated with criminality. The felonious nature of that resolution, in fact, we should not even be talking about that resolution anymore. If this is a serious country, and the president...
Let me hold you there. Let me put this up before our brother comment. This is the original, the first document that we received October 17. And I hope, Honorable Formula, you are looking at this. We have the resolution of 47 members named, right?
I'm on the phone.
Okay.
I'll be following your statement.
Sure. So let's go ahead. Resolution to effectuate the removal of Honorable J. Funati Kofa as Speaker of the 55th Legislature of the House of Representatives. People saw this. Jeremiah, talk to us. What this means to their argument. They have something on paper.
Thank you. Let me say this to you.
No, I'm asking Representative Cole. Let me let Representative Cole go first because he's reading it with me, and then we'll come to you.
Just remove the resolution. Remove the resolution, Stanton. Their lawyer being very dishonest to the Supreme Court. And Vanish Sherman, the councillor, need to be held in contempt of court. Look at the date on that resolution. It was signed by these guys to remove the speaker. Vanish Sherman stood before the Supreme Court and said, look, Mr. Associate Justice Chamber, there is nothing called resolution to remove the speaker. Only a mere complaint they have. After 2 weeks of his appearance before the Justice in Chamber, they have one so-called resolution in their hands, surfacing on their meeting ground, where they refer to as session. You see all of the inherent contradictions that are associated with it. One resolution that in their hands. You were before the justice. You said there is nothing called resolution to remove the speaker only a complaint. It was on that basis the justice declined. They picked that one, or you can say the justice had legitimized our sitting. Now I'm saying to you, Stanton, I challenge for the farmer there. The resolution they acted on today, let him put it out. A number 8 on that resolution will not be print store. Then it means that we are lying on them. This is the deceit. And the word I don't like to hear is we're doing the Liberian people business. The Liberian people business in RLJ, is that where the people...
So we'll come to that argument. We'll come to that argument. Let's give Honorable Forty the chance to speak. Then we'll bring in Clinton, Ava, Sis Glennie.
No, but 1 minute, Sandra, you are not listening for me, please. I ask you to play the voice of James Clare in their so-called meeting today to remove the speaker. I want to point out something very important.
Yeah,
Please,
but we are talking about the resolution now.
No. I said to you, if this lead to that resolution, please go back to that video and play it.
Okay, so yeah, so yes, so you got to be patient. You got to be patient. Yeah. So go ahead, 40. No, we're not talking about 40. Wait, I'm begging you. It's only fair for us to take this topic one at a time. My question to you: yes, a resolution from 1 through 9. To effectuate the removal of Honorable Councillor J. Funati Kofa as Speaker of the House. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Let me just start with what Honorable Cole said. You know, before going to the legislature, it's always good to have some professional work being done to understand how the society runs and understand life from a non-political perspective. The first thing, when you sign a check, you sign a check or you sign a slip or check and give that check to any individual, say, go to my account on my behalf, I'm signing this check, and take 500. While that person is on their way, in case you change your mind and you try calling that person, you can't get them, you can call the bank and tell them when someone comes with a check of $500, please don't pay on that check. Or a good banker will tell you, say, send a command, meaning send a text, or you need to come to put a stop to this check. So I said this to say, who read that big inscripted document, they understood it well. They signed the resolution as a basis of an action. They were clear, they were convinced, and the other side of the argument is that that's the political side I just don't want to understand from the. I just don't want to say that is more comical than any other thing. For someone to tell me, say, the strategy from the likes of Oracle was for the guys who come and sign, I will get you going to come and kill me for it.
So you're not answering the question, though. You are not answering the question, sir.
I will come back to your question.
Yeah, but let's go. We don't have enough time. Can we just go to the question?
The signature speak for itself. CEO, no one on that signature page said they coerce them. Honorable raising issue of.
All right, let me move ahead. Let me bring you. No. I beg you because we have to be fair with it.
Just 1 second.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
The places that the individuals were signing the resolution, there where they went to rescind that resolution. Some of them signed in club, some of them signed at restaurant, some of them signed at the hotel, some of them signed in the motel, some of them signed in the ghetto. There where they went and they rescind the declining of their signature. They were not in session. I signed a resolution on Broad Street. Are you expecting to go to Capitol Building to say I'm not part of it?
So let me bring in the others. Let me bring in the others. Let me bring in the others real quick. We just listen. It's 10:46. Let me bring in order. This is what we like to do here. And Clinton, Asiva, Glendy, and Dwalu, you please ask your question. We are on this resolution page. This is an argument. You're reading it. This is exactly what I say. We have all the names. But before I bring you on, Honorable Cole, you follow them. Honorable Fambula. We have 47 names on this list. Were they all 47 names? You said 3 were added. Who are those 3 to make the names up to 50? Honorable 40. Honorable 40. Honorable.
Yeah, I'm naming them. I said Honorable Cole is aware that Honorable Zina Norman signed the resolution. He's aware that Banner Blue.
Hey, I beg you, 1 minute now. You go ahead, sir.
Honorable Banner Blue signed the resolution. He's aware that Honorable Ellis Noel.
No, I'm asking who just make them, who make them 350? How you got to 50? We got only 47.
Honorable Banner Blue. Honorable Banner Blue, Honorable Zina Normal. Honorable.
I don't know how to pronounce people's name.
Okay, it looks like we are losing you. Let me bring in Clinton. Clinton, talk to us real quick.
Well, I mean, we've.
Benson.
Yeah, DJ
I
Blue.
think the lawmaker is still on.
DJ Blue. That's okay.
Zina Normal. Honorable Ellis Noah.
Okay, so go ahead, Clinton. Your question or your statement, please.
I don't have a question at this point. I mean, I think is the question. I mean, it's the same thing over and over, same answers. Yeah, but what I can say, the process today is an affront to our democracy. It is a circumvention of our constitution, of our laws, and I've said on the show over and over. At some point, this is going to go before the Supreme Court. I've read a number of cases. If you read Article 20 of our Constitution, it says that whenever you are going to cause someone to lose their life, their liberty, or privilege, or property, you have to give them due process. And in that case, what we're talking about procedural due process. Was the speaker notified that he was being investigated and there was a removal proceeding? That has to happen. He has to have appeared, and there has to be some kind of hearing consistent with the procedures of the House. Then you can move to the next stage of the resolution to remove the speaker.
No, let him finish. I beg you, he doesn't have a question. He's making a statement.
No, he has a question. He said, was the speaker notified?
Allow him to rest, and we'll come to you, please.
He grew side the river, so you know.
Go ahead.
So you know whether the speaker, whether he was invited, you know, or not invited, is another thing. There's also the question of the legitimacy of the people of the plenary who was calling, you know, the speaker to this gathering. Whether in fact they had legitimacy, given there are specific rules on who preside over the House of Representatives. In this case, the speaker has not officially recused himself. Still occupied the office of the speaker. He had not yielded back to the deputy speaker. And so I'm happy that Finati have moved this to the Supreme Court. I've always wanted to see, because I've said this has happened to Snow, Tyler, and now Finati. There's a chance, there's a likelihood that this will repeat if we don't have a definitive ruling from the Supreme Court on this issue. I'm happy that they've gone to the Supreme Court and raised this issue. And I hope that the Supreme Court is going to rule once and for all, so we don't have a repeat of this situation.
Are you concerned about this? Before we go to Ava, are you concerned about what it says, a resolution to effectuate the removal of Councillor Kofa? And now the argument of those that's on the other side saying, listen, I didn't know that I was putting my signature because you ordered to remove Funati Kofa.
Well, the resolution is not clear. You know, there's a lot of, so they have an important argument whether this was just a resolution that was going to give rise to an investigation, or whether they understood that this was a resolution that automatically, by affixing their signature.
So who do you blame? The giver or the receiver? Or the person that signed on it, or the person that asked you to sign? Who takes the most responsibility here?
Well, I don't think there is, except for the allegations of illegality where you're talking about bribes. I don't think there's
No, I'm not talking about bribery. We have 47 men and women put the signature on something that is so clear on this document, right? They tell you, Clinton, we are taking signature to effectuate the removal of Councillor Kofa as Speaker of the 55th Legislature of the House of Representatives. Is there anything missing here to tell you, oh no, they want to remove Funati Kofa, I'm not going to sign?
Well, you also have to consider that the people signing the resolution may have been aware or are aware of procedures in the House that that they expected.
The only thing is really important that they ask them, say, please be more clearer and please be transparent enough.
Well, they're all lawmakers, and Honorable Cole and the lawmaker on the phone know the procedures. There are specific procedures that they follow when you're going to discipline someone. So by effecting their signature, there could be an understanding that we are doing this resolution to put forth a complaint on the floor to follow those procedures. It does not necessarily mean that it's gone. Again, there's a constitutional prescription for the removal of speaker.
My last question to you, then we'll move to ask about, as a lawyer, as an attorney at law, you go in court saying there could be. Is that your argument here? Or what is on the paper? What you will present to the judge as a fact, as a document?
Well, again, you're missing the point that document, there's that document and there are procedures. So when I affix my signature to that document, was I doing it in anticipation that we are going to follow the procedures laid down in the rules of the House, which says that we have to put that resolution on the floor, that the speaker has to be invited, that there has to be votes taken.
Your anticipation had nothing to prove because you anticipate that. Let me bring it out back.
Stanton, point of information, please. I beg you.
Go ahead.
Let's look at the word effectuate.
And leave a line.
Okay, after Uncle Sam, then we will bring you in.
The word effectuate is to set up. When you're removing somebody from a position, there's a process to follow. Even if you're gonna execute somebody, you gotta take them through. They say we agree to execute this man, but you gotta go through the court process. You gotta go through the legal process to effectuate.
Sam, you already made a point, man, and I point of information. Wait for your time.
I say, wait, please. Let him feel it. We have already given him the time.
It's not an automatic thing, it's effectuate. Go look at the word effectuate. That's a process. So you can't just grab the speaker one day.
Okay, Uncle Sam, thank you.
You can't just grab the speaker one day and throw it out of the office.
Uncle Sam, thank you. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you very much. So let's make progress. Before they're gonna leave the line, then we're gonna have time with J. Marvin Cole because he's the guest. He's the guest for today. Go ahead, Marvin Cole.
Let me just give the information.
Okay, my info. No, I was the first. For the word, the information is I've demanded for the first thing. I'm demanding for the second. Footer should pull out the resolution that he claiming that's in a normal sign on today that Bernard Brew Benson signed on, and then Ellis Noah. I want copy of that resolution to see the contradiction and the criminality associated with the very resolution. One, they have 6 counts, and those 6 counts, they convinced colleagues that they could have proven those counts against Speaker Kofa. I went to sign the resolution for an example. He said Kofa told 9 million. I said, can you prove that? Yes. But then Kofa is wicked. I affixed my signature. You will bring the proof in open session to convince me that Kofa took the 9 million. Yes. I signed it. Then there's a diversion. Oh no, we don't need to investigate. Let's tell Moody man. And I said, no, that wasn't the agreement. I declined from this process. Because what you told me, you misled me. The second thing I continue to say to you, the votes that were taken today in their meeting ground, go back to Kule and Stanton start playing. Pull that video.
You tell me, say you gotta send it to me. I'm trying to upload it to you. Say I start playing.
I heard you're not protecting it. You're just protecting it.
The only video I tried to upload. The only video I get. That's the only video I get. So wait, let me upload it.
I will go on this video if you don't put that video up. I'm not going to send it to you.
Do my guess. Do my guess. So Father, go ahead, please.
You put that video.
You know, the first thing I would like to say to you is that the information I wanted to provide for the brother who tried to ask the question as to whether that the speaker was served. Yes, you know, we have said the essence of due process is to be able to ensure that we are acting in keeping with the law. The speaker, there was a committee that was set up, and Honorable Michael Thomas was serving as the chairman of that committee. That committee wrote the speaker, presented the complaints against the speaker in the face of the resolution. The speaker, Honorable Cole, is aware here. Honorable
I'm not aware of your so-called resolution.
Honorable Cole walk into the former speaker office. Honorable Cole walk into the former speaker office and provide an information if someone is talking.
Go ahead,
Honorable Cole walk into the former speaker office. And he's aware, like Kuka said this afternoon, that the former speaker declined to receive the said notice. And that happened in the presence of the sergeant, and that is service, that is notice.
So thank you very much. Before you leave us, Honorable Fode,
to ensure that he could appear.
Honorable Fode,
So I said this to say,
Honorable Fode, I know you are leaving
to
us.
say they did not sign.
Honorable Fode,
They are saying Honorable Cole's strategy was for them to come and
for the
sign
formula.
at the end of the day. Yeah.
For the 1 minute, I know you're leaving us, and we'll get back to the show very quick. Let me ask you a question, though. Everyone that signed on this document, did it sign in session?
Let me say this to you, CEO. I was not there when everyone was signing.
No, do you know whether they signed in session? Just no, don't do this now.
I signed in session.
No, do you think that they all signed in session?
Everyone was signing, but for me, I signed in session.
Okay, so you don't know. Thank you very much, Honorable Fode.
I was not there when everyone was signing.
I have a revelation, please.
Yes, sir.
I asked for the video. I'm asking for please, your reporter covered the time, at the time they were reading their resolution today. Resolution to remove the speaker and the dissolution of all committees. It contradicts the previous resolution.
You got Nelson in studio, right, Honorable Cole?
Yes.
And Nelson, can you tell Nelson, tell him what to put it up? He will put it up, please. Tell him.
No, your reporter was there. It's not with me. I'm trying to find it.
Tell Nelson to put it up. Nelson will find it. Just
find it. Yeah, he's looking for it. Thank you.
Just for him to put it up. Let me bring the guys up. I invite, Mr. Eduardo Acedo, since Glenny is coming back. I think we are in trouble as a country. People saying two speaker, two this is very disheartening. Okay, but let's just make something out of this one tonight. Talk to me, Abba. Where are you with this whole thing?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. It just very, very disappointing when you think people are rational people. You give people the power to lead you. You give people spell out processes, and they just desert what they're supposed to do and just do anything that they choose to do. It's amazing that Representative Famble will come here and just justify actions that just speak rebel activity. I mean, let's be honest. The House has rules. The rules are very clear. If you want to remove the speaker, there is a process or resolution. It's not the vehicle that removes the speaker. It starts the process. And then you have to give him due process. And then you guys can vote with the decision that comes from the investigation of whatever you accuse him of. And then you remove him. For people who have the numbers, and we have said that from day one, by this time, Fulani should have been ordered there a long time ago. They should have come back, get the whatever means, whether they were bribing these people, as was alleged, or whether they were using convincing rhetoric or making a legitimate case to the people, they should have gotten that 49 under the gavel of Fonati Kofa. Submit the resolution. Let him recuse himself from the investigation, appoint a team to investigate. When it comes back, the same 49 vote and get Fonati out in a responsible way. But this is setting a bad precedent for our country. When our lawmakers can just violate their own rules without respect for the rules and make spurious justifications of their actions. I mean, the reality is, yes, they did not want Fonati to go. Yes, a majority of them did not want him there. But it did not rise to the level of the 2/3 that was needed. And they never recognized that part of the process. All they were focused on invalidating him any way possible. And if we say we are, democracy and want to operate by rules, these rebellious political gimmicks are not the solution or the approach or the example these folks are setting. So the next time any, student government or something in some school, the children can get and say, oh, the president, we don't want the guy to be our president again for the institution. We got to move him. Or even among their mates, who knows who's going to be the next speaker? Who knows what action he will take that may anger or frustrate some of his peers, that they will want to come with a whole approach of removal. So, and a no hands approach that our, judiciary has taken.
Thank you.
It will be consistent. They will say they ain't got nothing to do with it, and then sometimes it will hold the country hostage. Sometimes it will even resort into something different, maybe violence, maybe activities against each other that will not be in the best interest of the people.
Thank you very much.
I'm disappointed, but our country has to move forward.
Abba, thank you very much. Duadu?
Yeah, Stanton, to the audience, gentlemen, the lady tonight, you're welcome to the show. Stanton, I want to speak to you directly for 1 second. Are you always getting a headache on the show? And I was speaking to a few people today. We usually here for 2 to 3 hours. I found it extremely unprofessional where when some of the time is over, they constantly interjecting. Get a pen, write it down when it's your time to speak. If everybody speak within the time, we will talk 10 times within our 2 to 3 hours, each of us. So guys, we have to listen to the moderator. We have to stay within our confines of our time and respect, with the exception of the guests, and respect the time. Make your point, but you can't constantly, when your point is over, then you say, let me conclude. That is disrespectful to the rest of us. You have to make your point within your time. I want to say this, though, and I'm going to disagree with Gamada very quickly. He quoted Article 20 of the Liberian Constitution. And I want to say this. The concept of privilege that is being alluded to is not in the context of if you work for government. I'll give you an example. Gamada Clinton runs a factory in Grand Bassa County. I work for Gamada Clinton. Gamada Clinton can fire me. I'm losing the privilege of employment. That doesn't mean I have to get due process of law. This is the concept of due process of law is actually referring to privileges under our Constitution in terms of rights under the Constitution. Having a job in a location is not necessarily part of that privilege. We have to understand that there's a rule that Falanti signed to. They are following that rule. I agree in this case, Falanti should go with the due process of law. And I agree with Uncle saying with the word effectuate. Okay, because that has to be defined very clearly. But at the end of the day, the lawmakers, look, nobody respects the Constitution. The Constitution in our context does not exist. We have to believe this, whether you want to believe it or not. It does not exist, whether you wanted to think so or not, because nobody follows the Constitution. Clinton.
My question remained, though. You want to go ahead, Governor? Go ahead.
I didn't understand, Dualu. Dualu, come again. What did you say? You said the privilege being spoken about under the Constitution.
You said, listen now, you said Article 20 said before you deny somebody privilege, you have to give them due process of law. Correct?
Right.
Okay, the context of privilege that is being spoken to in the Constitution is not necessarily due process of law if you lost your job somewhere. It is talking about the concept of due process if you lost a right guarantee under our Constitution. A right to employment is not a guarantee as is described under the Constitution. That's what I'm talking about. So I believe you were wrong in that instance.
Well, okay. Let me. I think let me address. Mr. Dualo, you were wrong. There's a difference between privilege and and right. Where the Constitution says rights, they're talking about rights. Where it says privilege, they're talking about privilege. Now, let me bring you to the U.S. As a matter of constitutional law in America, for instance, if you have an employment with a government agency and the requirement of your job requires that you can be removed for cause. What the law says, it creates a property interest in that job, so you cannot be arbitrarily removed, right? So it's the same thing. The speaker was elected. He was elected, so you can't arbitrarily remove the speaker.
He's not being arbitrarily removed.
Well, if he isn't given due process, I don't understand.
The concept of due process in this case. Look, guys, you don't have to be a lawyer to understand these simple lingo. Okay, I'm not interpreting constitutional law here. It's basic law. Anybody can understand this. The concept of privilege in this case, it is not talking about Fanati is not being denied anything that is not being given. Now, we agree to you to the extent that the court should get involved because the process of which you went through. But my issue here is Fanati can be let go under their own guidelines that they have established within the confines of the legislature. This is not denying any privilege.
So all of which, Eduardo, let's move on. Okay. Maybe I'm not understanding you right, but I have to bring in Isaac Do and the rest of the guys. A lot of people shaking their head in disagreement of what you say. Do you think Funati will give on due process, Eduardo?
Well, it's not a question whether Fanati will give due process. Now, if you want to quantify due process, we have to define due process, whether it's in the context of a court or in the context of the legislature. Take a pen, write it down.
Wait. So, Eduardo, go ahead. Finish up with the due process. Is
the due process we are talking about in the context of the court? No, he was not given due process. But if you're talking about due process in the context of the legislators believe under their law he was given due process. Now, it is not for me to define what due process is in the context of the legislature. They have their own standing rules.
Okay,
let me give you information right there. It's important. Right? Information center.
Guys,
is oblivious.
Oh God, Patrick.
Patrick, let's let us speak. But I was going to refer him to a case called involving Mary Brown and the legislature. The Supreme Court has made it very clear that due process and the concept of the judiciary is not the same as the legislature. But at the very minimum, procedural due process was the what a procedural due process? Hearing and the opportunity to be heard.
And that's why I wanted to bring in, and that's why I want to bring in.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Eduardo said that, and I should support Eduardo on this. It's a little different, but I want to bring in Jay Marvin, then we'll go to Isaac, though, folks. I beg you guys, let's just take our time. We are not men and we enjoy the program. So I want to ask you, Marvin Cole. Again, everybody, both sides say, well, the opposition said Funati were given due process. And when we asked them how, when, where, I didn't see due process, though. They said send a letter to Funati. He refused to accept the letter. They make mention of you, Honorable Cole, that come to me, Koga, I will take the letter to Funati. Koga said that this morning. Can you respond to that? Were you given the actual due process according to your rule, Honorable Cole?
Thank you, Stanton. I think we're having a small problem, but I think everyone is listening to me.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. That's good. The first thing I continue to demand that your guy is trying to put the video or the first video that James Clare were stating the motion in their meeting at their meeting ground. I wanted you to pull that out. And then the second one is when they were reading the so-called resolution, that the first resolution they were talking about has 6 counts in it, and then Fode himself to validate what I was telling you that the resolution were being signed at different locales. Fode signed on October 5th, which was on Saturday. On Saturday, maybe he signed at the club or somewhere else, or maybe the hotel. He signed on Saturday.
So wait. Let me hold you there. Fode just told us that he signed in session.
Go by. See the date he signed. They call him back.
No. I can put it up. Let me put it up. Can you say which number is Fode name here?
Let me find it quick. Fode 34-day farmer there. Go to 34. Go on page 34.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull this up because again, it will only be important for us to see which number is for the name. We got 36 to 48. There's no 40. Again, this is the same thing. Okay, I'm gonna pull that up. So he said, you said if he signed on Saturday, so you guys were in session on Saturday?
Yeah, maybe 40 of them were in their same section somewhere at RLJ or somewhere in Dwazon or somewhere different. So that could be.
So it's very important for us to understand this one. I know I said though you would come in, but I think J. Marvin Cole is racing because Fode just said on the show he signed on this document in session, and most people didn't sign in session.
Oh, let's look at 34.
Yeah, but hold on, that it's something for us to upload, guys. It just we are not CNN yet.
Then look at it. You got a list there. Look at it. Tell the public.
Listen, man. Listen. Let me say this to you. I beg you, so I hate to do this. You cannot be interrupting the program. Seriously. I mean, let's respect each other here. You cannot be interrupting the program.
So let me go on.
So J. Marvin Cole, there you go. You have it here, 34, and okay, this is what, May 1st, right? May 1st, am I right? And May 1st was on
May 10th. May 10th. The 10th of May, May 10th. That was on a Monday.
Okay, I'm not saying the 1st or I'm saying the 10th. Maybe that's my eye. Do
10th.
we agree it's May 10th?
No.
Yes, it's 10th. Look at it. 3 persons signed on 10th from this.
I'm seeing here on the 15th.
Okay, so guys, there we go. May 10th, 2024 was on a Friday.
Was on Monday.
No. We are looking at 2024, guys. Let's go back.
2024, sorry.
Yeah. So May 10th, this is May 10th. May 10th was on a Friday. So Honorable Cole, you guys, will you consider Friday as a session day?
It's not session day. So that's what I told you. The resolution were being signed at different, different places. So Fode just lied to you that he signed. He just lied to you that he signed in section and he did not sign in section. But I continue to demand for the reading of the resolution today that talks about the dissolution of committees, that talks about the.
All you need to do, just ask Nelson. I've asked him to put it up. I cannot find it from my end while I'm conducting the show. I wish you said that to me. I was going to put it. No kidding. I really want us. If anybody out there, you can call it for us. Call it for us. All right. Let me bring it as to do.
Then you're going to find it very fast. But now it's giving you hard time. Saying we've been talking almost an hour. You can't find the video concerning James Cole in section.
Because I just don't like you. I just don't like you. That's why. I said, though, let's come back to this thing. This different point that James Cole that Honorable Cole is making is very important, though. Though Clinton said due process and Eduardo went after Clinton. What say you? I said, though, this is going to the Supreme Court.
Well, Stanton, besides that, let's start up with the lawmaker bluntly telling the Liberian people what is not truth. Let's start off with that alone. The lawmaker admitted on the show that he signed a resolution in session. But the record and the evidence we have, his signature.
You're not criminal, man.
May 10th, which was on a Friday. If that alone is not embarrassing to anyone.
My man, I'm not a criminal. That man's a damn criminal.
Uncle Sam, man, come on. What's going on with you and from that pocket?
Uncle Sam,
today, man. Come on.
That women are making noise now. That women making noise.
All right, so what I'm gonna do, I just gotta put some people in the back and do the bull face here. I say, do you go ahead, you speak it, let's bring you on.
This is funny, actually. Bring the people back. This is funny.
Yeah, go ahead, I said,
let's be fair. When they put honorable by your name, it's because of a reason. If you can come on a public platform and even, I don't want to use the word lie because I want to be respectful, but I think it should be a shame. Representative Fambula signed on May 10th. We weren't there when he was putting the date there. Nobody here had a hand to say vote 10, right 10, I would say. He alone did it.
That's correct, that date. We have an argument on that date. It's not May. It's actually
October.
It's October.
But it's October 5th. Because they write the date backwards in Liberia. So it's October 5th.
Okay, so they put the month second.
All right, guys, wait. Let's go ahead again. Let's go ahead. Okay, let's go from the top. The top on the 23rd, or the number 23, say October 8. 24 say October 10. So again, maybe it's true.
Yes, so it's October. Yeah, so let's
look at October 5th.
Right.
Which day is October 5th?
Saturday.
Ah.
So anywhere you carry it, May, October, the lawmaker just came here and made a fool of himself, which is embarrassing. But I wanted to say this though. I was listening on my way and I was, I tried to call one 98-year-old papi that I know because maybe my age is not that much more to
he's 98.
So the lawmaker was saying 3 persons were added to the resolution. It means people can be added, people cannot be subtracted. This is the first time I've seen a document where people can only be added, but they cannot be subtracted. So I wanted to ask someone else who lived for plenty of years to find out if. And then the other word I wanted to say, this may look a little small, but it is important. The man who's supposed to be a honorable, though he just told us when he signed, said the document that the people signed about fire by force, that they were sound, they were not crazy, they were not drunk. It means once you are sound on earth, you put your document on something, you can never move it from there again. But the very document was spelled the resolution, ROSO. So were they actually signing a document spelled ROSO? I thought they should be signing a document spelled something else. So I went to the dictionary on Google to see what ROSO means. Everybody can go there. It says different things. It is a name of people, name of certain things, all kinds of things. So what were they actually signing? And just to end, Uncle Sam said it right then I came in the chat room. The thing said to effectuate. It means to start a process. It say you move. Let's start this, the people signed it. Lastly, to my point, today, that's what Mexico is saying. The people had signed a resolution spelled RO to effectuate, begin a process, but then they added another thing there again. So who signed what and what did they sign? And I think our brothers cannot be doing this for our country. I don't think our brothers should be doing it. Simply because you feel you can tell, you come, you justify by all means, you say all kinds of things. It is not a good thing for our country. Look at the country today. The first time for our country to get two speakers, when you're playing tape, on the tape, they get the speakers on the tape, right? So the 2 speakers on the tape, the DJ in the center, and everything is Joya Mascata. What kind of a thing we going? What is going on? I don't think that's what things should be. It is embarrassing, and this is so shameful to all of us. And I think we shouldn't be doing this at all.
Senator Fatima, go ahead. Senator, what are you talking about? Fatima, go ahead.
I was here before Fatima.
Oh, sorry. That's Dwalu bias.
No, Dwalu a peculiar go because
I know.
I was here before Fatima.
Let me interrupt you real quick. Let me interrupt you. Something is happening, though. Something is happening. This thing going to the Supreme Court is going to be very, very ugly. Is this Honorable Cole, J. Marvin Cole? Is this the only resolution you have come across with signature? We're not hearing you. What happened, James? Nelson, we're not hearing the honorable man.
He muted me. You need to unmute me.
You're good now. You're good. Go ahead. Is this the only resolution you have seen with signature, sir?
Yeah, the resolution that I saw that you just posted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the original copy that were captured in the car. Since that time, I have not seen any other resolution. Only today, I heard about resolution to to remove the speaker, to effectuate the removal of the speaker and dissolution of committees. That's the contradiction that we're talking about.
So how many resolutions do we have?
So ask them. They got capital resolution and small resolution.
Thank you. All right. So let's go. I think it's Vendetta Patrick. No, that's Glenny, Vendetta Patrick, and Fatima. Guys, let's open our ears, because yesterday when we came, Vendetta said something. Today they had an election on speaker, and I said, doing myself going back and forth on this thing today. Let me be very mindful with words here. If this is the only resolution, and I will leave my own with God, and God will decide whether this is the only resolution. But I doubt. Okay? Honorable 40 family is saying he wants to see this resolution because I think the date is wrong. So who signed on it and who put this date? Glenny, talk to us. Listen, man, every day, I don't think we should have brought in Marvin Cole because he's spoiling this thing too. He's spoiling this thing. But talk to us, Glenny.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. Today was a very peculiar day in Liberia for those of us who want to uphold the rule of law and want to see that people follow the different processes that are in place. Was very disheartening for me as a Liberian citizen. Very, very disturbing for me to see that today. And then one of the conclusions you can come to is when you're coming here this evening, we all saw that there was a different resolution. When they went before they went to the Supreme Court, there was something different. And to see here today again, there's something different. Not only that, when you look on that list that they show Representative Rugi Berry was one of those who removed her name.
Thank you.
Her name is still on the list.
Thank you.
Her name is still on the list. I looked exactly for the 3 women, Rugi Berry 46, her name is still there. And she was one of those who is also saying that, who also was suing a newspaper libel for this. How is it that her name was not removed when she already made a public post, public announcement that she didn't want to be on the list any longer? So how is it now that we're sitting here as Liberians who want better for our country and see all of this fraudulent stuff unfold before our eyes, and we think it's okay? How can lawmakers be lawbreakers? How is it that a lawmaker can tell the people that they're there to make laws? They say follow the right procedures, follow the right processes, the rule of law they're supposed to uphold. And then we see all these different processes. It's sad for me as a Liberian, regardless of which side of the aisle you're on. And it's always been for me, if you got the number and there are rules to follow, follow the rules. I don't care who is the speaker. If there's a process in place, follow it. But what we're seeing now, and I am so excited that even though the Supreme Court of Liberia wants to withdraw and hide their hands, it's now on their laps. They have to interpret this law. They have to interpret this back and forth. And I'm so happy that Fonati Kofa did not resign. Nobody pushing off whether they got 50, whether they got 72. He did not resign. And he's furthering it to the end. And I like that he's doing that, because what that is going to do is going to stop this precedence that's in our country, that when a group of people don't want somebody, they come and say, let's remove them. That's wrong. And to Honorable Marvin Cole, I also want to thank you, because I think what you're standing for is due process. Yes. And so the fact that you're doing that, I applaud you for doing that. Thank you. And I would hope that those people, it's kind of sad that people are even made fun today on my page. We got 2 broken speakers and 1 DJ.
Thank you. Let me bring this
today.
Let me bring this up again.
Information.
Yes, sir.
We are ready for the video from James Square.
All right, so we'll go to the video. Hold on 1 minute, because let's look at this date, 34. What actually are you guys saying? Marvin Cole, what are you saying the date is? 34.
I said to you, let's go back. Just remove the date. If we would take October as the month, the 10th month, and the 5th, it will be on Saturday, if I'm correct. More besides, if this resolution is the one they are claiming, we should have 48, not 47, because at the time Luther Collins signed, we posted the resolution.
No, we're not there yet. I want to talk about this date. I beg it. Yeah, there's an argument on this date. I beg you, honorable man. I just want to ask everybody, Eduardo, what are you saying on this date? What is this date to you? Where you get 40, number 34, number 34.
October 5th.
So you are saying that the 10th is in the middle, right?
Yeah.
Is that 05 or 15?
05/05/1024.
Can everybody agree that that's 05?
05.
Come and make your case now, because for the saying it's 15. Are we missing something? For the go ahead.
You don't know for the lie.
Check on the calendar. There's a name above my name. Which date is that?
No, let's talk about your date. Let's talk about your date.
CEO, the name above my name. Which date is that?
Remember, you seen the thing. You got to just talk about.
10/24.
Tuesday was the 15th. Check on the calendar.
So is that
Tuesday was the 15th? So check the calendar. What if Tuesday was not the 15th? That means that's a misinformation.
So that's how you can write one?
That's how you do 15?
That's how you can write 1 with 0?
You all get cafe in line.
So
you see, Tuesday was not the 15th, or Tuesday was not a session day.
No, 40. Well, your way now. Let's get it to I'm breaking your way. 40. But everybody wait. For that, I'm coming to you after this one, please. 40. Again, help us understand. Number 34. 40 Family Bond District number 7. Is that 05 or it is a 15?
Answer to you, CEO. I said assign in section. Tuesday was the 15th and assigned. Look at the next date over my name.
I'm not looking at next day. I'm asking you the date where your name is. Is that 05 or 15?
I said it should be 1. It was on the 15th.
It should be or it is.
Tuesday.
It should be or it is.
It is.
Thank you.
The date above my name is the 15th and the one below the 15th.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
But even 10/13 is a Sunday.
How many, please? Let's just go back to the date. Go back to the date. Look at the number 29.
10/13. Yeah.
Emmanuel Yard, number 29.
That's a Sunday.
We are seeing it. What happened with 29?
You go to 29. Sunday. You go to 10. Number 31. Bintu Masale also declined from this identical resolution. She declined.
We're not talking about those that declined. We are talking about the date. Why do you want me to look at about the date?
Yeah. Here, Emmanuel Yah signed October 13. It was on Sunday.
Okay.
The 10th month.
So that's your argument.
Thank you. Let be looking at zero and you'll be making folded to be 10%. What are you looking at zero?
Nobody telling you zero that one.
I'm for the telling us zero that one. I mean, we didn't okay one.
I was confused with woman.
Yeah, let Fatima talk. Fatima, I'm looking at you. You're the one talk now.
Yeah,
that's
I
was just on a Tuesday. That is a fact.
I'm taking Fatima away from him. Go ahead.
In as much as I disagree with Honorable Famula, he's right. He signed on a Tuesday. It is good to hold our integrity on this platform. I am looking at the date. He signed on a Tuesday. Emmanuel,
so what did they say?
Yeah, Tuesday.
But who is speaking for?
Even with my poor outside, it's Tuesday, the 15th.
But speak for yourself.
No, I'm saying what I know.
Let him wait. Let him talk, please.
What I'm saying, What I'm saying, look, I know we don't agree with these people, but I want to sincerely agree that he signed on a Tuesday.
Okay.
I will not sit on this platform and desecrate the sanctity of this platform because I don't agree with him. Emmanuel Yah signed on a Sunday. It's true.
You can say the man signed on the July day. It's okay.
Thank you.
No. I'm not protected.
No, you're not protected.
We disagree with these people, so we should not acknowledge any significance or truthfulness.
So the only thing we ask you from Dada Patrick, is that 1 to you or 5?
0. That's
or
it.
0.
The 4 formula is the 15, the 10th month on the 15th.
How you get right one? How you get right one?
Or is it 0? How the man asking you?
No, man. No, gentlemen. No.
Okay, let's go to the video. Jim, before we get to Fatima, can you tell Nelson to put up the video, please?
Nelson, let's go on.
Then Nelson to put up the video, guys. We'll come back and our sister Fatima will speak.
But why you don't allow me to talk before you came?
There are 50 signatories to the resolution.
So the resolution for the removal of the speaker has been read and signed by those named called.
What is your very pleasure? Honorable James
Honorable presiding, co-presiding, distinguished colleagues. Honorable presiding, co-presiding, distinguished colleagues. Having listened to the report of the committee that was set up to conduct investigation into the complaint filed against Honorable Councillor J. Fanati Kofa, and committee informing us that all of the invitations or notices or summons served him to come for hearing, he refused. Yet, the committee going to work and conducting the hearing, hear from the complainant to emit evidence in order to satisfy the requirement of our law of due process. Also following our recommendations consistent with the resolution just read in line with Article 49 of our Liberian Constitution, which says in part that the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, can be removed by cause of 2/3. Again, the House's Rule 9, taking into consideration that this is a rule-based legislature, which also says in part in Rule 9 that the Speaker can be removed. 9.1, let me state it on the record. 9.1, which says the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and other officers of the House may be removed from office for cause by a resolution of 2/3 majority of the members of the House, and having satisfied both the constitutional provision and the statutory provision through a resolution that even went beyond the 2/3, thereby gathering a signature of 50 persons. I want to move, if I can obtain a second, that the resolution and 8 clear minutes be accepted by this upper body, full implementation, take immediate effect, and Councillor J. Fanati Kofa, representative of Grand Crew County District Number 2, be given an ultimatum of be given, you have the right to stay already this. Be given an ultimatum of 1 week to vacate and take all of these materials out of the sacred office of the Honorable Speaker of this honorable body. That the executive be written immediately as of today's date to withdraw with immediate effect all immunities that is being enjoyed by Councillor J. Fanatin Kofa, representative of District Number 2, Grand Crew County, in the name of the speakership, be withdrawn with immediate effect if I can obtain a second.
So that motion being seconded by the body.
Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote?
No voting. It's a resolution. It's no voting. It's a resolution.
So 50 members of the majority bloc have signed a resolution to remove J. Funati Kofa as a speaker of the 55th legislature. So that's what's happening here today at the joint chamber of the.
All right, Nelson, putting down. I think J. Marvin Cole got enough. Let's hear him. J. Cole, can you respond to what you just asked us to play, sir?
I just told you that's a procedural error. You know, I wanted to go to the Arthur Grant School of Law, but to see someone who had been claiming that he's a law school graduate, making motion in a meeting that the executive should withdraw the immunities of the speaker is laughable, because that immunities are constitutional authority. The executive does not have any power to withdraw that. The executive don't have it. At the time he was elected and he took the oath of affirmation of office, the Constitution giving that authority. Only the Constitution can take it from him at the ballot box. The next one, you see how they fell? They fell short. Our rules clear on the procedure of the removal. Complaint is done. Rule 9. The complaint is brought in section. The speaker recuses himself. Investigation is done. Report brought back on the floor of the plenary. The report voted upon. You know why? The motion did not pass. If they are attempted to proceed with the motion, they were going to fail. So that's why I said no voting. Our parliamentarian procedure that votes, you taking crucial decision to remove a speaker. Then he said no voting, that signature. Signature that you gather in club and net club and all type rooms. Is that the signature that are going to remove when people decline their signatures from that paper, publish it? Is that the signatures we're talking about? Now, you will read it, you will listen to the other audio. When they were about to read that resolution, the man said, the clerk said, resolution to effectuate the removal of the speaker and dissolution of committees. Those are the things I wanted to point out.
Which one the audio? Does James Nelson have that for us?
Nelson is trying to put it out.
Is that the one you sent to me?
No, that was clear only when Nelson was trying to find
when Nelson got ready, let me bring you guys up.
When the clerk was about to read the resolution today in section, he said to effectuate the removal and dissolution of committees. The first resolution that they were trying to cajole people on, when they had 6 counts, where they were calling people in corners. This resolution got nothing there but dissolution of committees. But the one that was read today in session, in their so-called session or meeting ground, it talks
so
about.
You say that we got 2 different resolutions here. So let me start with this before Fatima, then we'll go to Mr. Sam and Eduardo, then we'll come in. One, so you say we got 2 resolutions here. The one that you're talking about will play in this one, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so my second question real quick. If we do have 2 resolutions, we're saying the signature on this one. How come this copy went over to the other one you're talking about?
That is a question to ask for even though My brother trying to help for it that 0 can 10 to 1 on the platform, only on Spoon, 0 can 10 to 1. Everybody's seeing it. We need glasses.
Honorable
But let him talk. Let him talk.
I know you will listen. Somebody just sent me the clearer version, and I want to resign my decision. I just saw it. He actually signed on 05 the 15. I just
Vanilla will make you all right.
Vandala, thank you for that repentance. I know that's a academic and intellectual repentance. Thank you for that. I mean, you save yourself.
Dwalo, let me hear you. Is it scary to you that we operated on Fatima, that we operated on 2 resolution? Yeah, one that Honorable Kose we were about to play, and this one, but the public wouldn't have one. Dude, what's the game been played here?
Well, first, I'd like to say hi to all of the panelists, to our guests in studio, and to the viewers across the globe.
Call my name, man. We're not making flower. Call my name.
I said our guest, Honorable. Okay, Honorable Cole.
Because you can call my name.
From my uncle, Honorable Marvin Cole, who was defeated today, I would say to my uncle Marvin Cole.
We had 2 resolutions.
To the viewers and the listeners across the globe. I think for me, when we're talking about this whole thing from the beginning, the only thing I always said on Spoon Network was, I hope the speaker will get in the same room with his people, talk to them, talk them down, keep his head on the pavement, and try to resolve this thing amicably. Politics here, I'm in the Democratic Party. Politics is a numbers game. And everybody was saying renegades, they were saying hotel room, they were saying all kinds of things. At the end of the day, if you are duly elected by people, and I'm not even going to go for the 50 people, but 43 out of 70, because if it's 73, you included 73, 72. 43 out of 72 say they have lost confidence in you and can no longer sit under your gavel. You should be very concerned. I brought that here. I said it. I even told my uncle, you'll go try to resolve something. And it never happened. ECOWAS came. It never happened. And last week, when ECOWAS was in town, and I saw the maneuvering, and when Monday, when the DJs decided to go to the hottest party on the block, I knew it was a done deal. It was done because if you holding on to these 2 strongholds, you got 30, these people got 43, and 2 people slip from you and go there. I honestly, me, I always come here, I give a big disclaimer. I said the president's agenda is what I'm interested in. I want a better Liberia. I want to go home one day, and I want us to have, a better Liberia where we can do things and we enjoy our country. The laws that my uncle then made, my uncle Cole then make, so we can enjoy it. But I don't care if you're down and you keep coming here, everybody's keep talking about renegades, keep talking about this and that and the other. The resolution was adopted today. A new speaker was born today, and the struggle continues. As soon as he was inducted, he swore. All of the security immunities were given to him. I know I could be the most hated girl, but let me tell you, politics is interest. It's not emotions. That's why when you come here, most of the people can be calling me Hopo Joe. Y'all can see me smiling. I can be reading it and laughing because they're not talking to me. They're talking about me because they don't know me to talk about me. Politics is interest. The interest of the Liberian people is what supposed to matter to all of you, including my uncle, Mr. Cole. But at this point, I know y'all say we got 2 speakers. In a week or 2, we'll know that we got 1 speaker, and his name is Honorable Richard Cole.
What name?
I finished with that one there. I got one.
Thank you very much, Fatima. Thank you very much. Thank you, Fatima. Guys, let's wrap this thing. We got 15 more minutes. Let's make progress. It's always good having you, Honorable Cole. Is the next video ready before we go to Dwalu?
He's trying to find it, so maybe we can go to Dwalo if we can get it. It's just the time that the clerk were about to read the resolution at their meeting ground when he was reading the title of the resolution to effectuate the removal and dissolution of committees. That's just what I want to establish. And they read that today at their meeting ground, I mean.
So, Honorable Cole, my next question is, what is the way forward for the
man, I'm a time. Don't be jumping. Wait for your time.
Okay.
First of all, let's say that this. It doesn't matter where the person signed. It doesn't matter the time, the place. It can be behind the hall. It can be in front of the hall. Anywhere they can sign. Under our law, you just have to be in your sound mind. I want to make something very clear, guys. And one of the reasons we come here, we have an opportunity to educate. We are going to educate. Whether you notice or not, before 1960 in Liberia, and maybe all the way to 1970, most lawyers in Liberia did not go to law school. Even here in America today, there are jurisdictions in America, you don't need a JD to go take the bar. So when you have a decent high school education, you can read the law. The law is meant to be read by the average man to be understood. So when somebody comes up with something, oh, you're not a lawyer, it's crazy. You can't talk like that, especially somebody of my education level and my level of experience. You see, I cannot interpret a simple thing. It doesn't make sense to me. Let's be very basic. You don't have to accept my view. But I want to say this. If Vendetta Patrick buys a house in Virginia, and the house is signed by Vendetta Patrick, once Vendetta Patrick take over the possession of the house, he cannot come out tomorrow and say, I rescind my signature or I abrogate my signature. The deed is already done. Let me repeat this.
No, but they're not buying no husband.
No. You don't do that.
That is not the same. That is a completely different
thing.
Who you trying to fool?
You're not
Thought are free. Thought are free. Tell your thing where you want to.
Let me say this. If you have fixed your signature to a document, and the document should go through on Friday, and the document goes through and it becomes Saturday morning, you cannot now go back and say, I'm rescinding or I'm abrogating my signature. You have to go to a court to create justification why you should abrogate your signature at that point. The point I'm trying to make is, your signature has to be withdrawn before the deed. Once the deed is done, it's become a legally binding document, whether you want to know or not.
Let me add to Brother because I want you to address this. Yes, one take. Nobody forced you. Yeah, I'm coming to you, Honorable Cole. Nobody forced you to sign this paper. Okay? Nobody forced you to sign on this paper. You are a congressman. You are. In Liberia, we say you're a representative. When they presented you the document, did you ask question, what's the rest of the document? How will be, what's the end game to this document before I affix my signature? It is totally embarrassing. And these are the things that some lawmakers, right? Some lawmakers will come and say, oh, we are okay yet today. I know my sweet, sweet sisters and my bitter brother are shaking his hand. They may disagree, but I will say this to everyone. I am not going to sign on any document, knowing very well, if I sign on it, it is done. Now, let's put everything aside, Jeremiah. Let's put everything aside. That these guys then play their colleagues. They put it on a fly. They grab their signature and ran with it. On the opposite end, this document is not binding. It's not binding. If the man put his signature there, you didn't say you catch the man for life. The man can take his signature out. So today we have 7 individuals that even had a notarized document and say, I rescind it. I say, I do not want to be on that list. I said, don't ask a good question. You added DJ Blue. You added Norma Zena. You added the other gentleman representing Noah. You agree to add them. But you say we agree to take anybody up. When you enter, you're not leaving. Amen. Yes, my final word, and I will give this over to Mr. Duadu because I've already got it wrong. My final word here is this. The Supreme Court have ruled in the case of Edward Melvin Snow. And Edwin Snow won in the Supreme Court. With what is happening today, take it to the bank, like Akari's girl will say. Funati Kofa will win in the Supreme Court. This
Thank you.
I gotta go. But I gotta go. Let me finish now. I beg you.
God will bless you. We'll play the children and grandchildren.
Grant information, man. Grant my information.
I'll grant information. Let me learn. I beg you back. I beg you. So my take is that I do believe that Stanton view now, right? My brother Fode and Clarence God and James Coder, they all can get right with me. But looking at what the Supreme Court would do, and looking at who in the Supreme Court, who's sitting there, the old folks that are there, that have the first ruling in the case of Edwin Marvin Snow, I do believe Fonati will win in the Supreme Court. They must give Fonati due process. They must question Fonati. They must interrogate Fonati. They must allow Fonati to answer this question. And then they must take a vote of 49. And when they take a vote and get a 49, Fonati will walk out in peace. But till then, we are on a constitutional crisis, and only the Supreme Court can save the day. So I think Fonati chances of going to the Supreme Court, I deploy it. I want to see the end to this thing, that it shouldn't be repeated. And I do believe it is the right decision by Fonati to go to the Supreme Court. But as per the previous decision from the Supreme Court, I do believe Fonati will win this thing. Mr. Eduardo, take the show away. I have to run, and I said thank you guys. Join us again.
No, Eduardo,
I'm not even.
My information.
Tualu, I just no, sorry. It's just I never interrupt anybody. Tualu, I just wanted to ask a quick question. The war crimes. No, my uncle Cole. Just give me 1 minute. The war crimes court document, was it not a resolution with signatures as well?
It was voted upon.
Wait.
It was voted.
Guys, if we don't respect the decorum, we're going to be in chaos.
Yeah.
But she asked a question.
Yeah, I know, but it's just we repeat that 20 times. If you say it one time, all right. That's it.
That's the question I wanted to ask.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Always say you have 2 minutes. And now, gentlemen, I don't have the patience.
I said information.
Yeah.
Eduardo, I just want to provide you information.
1 minute, sir.
You said on the basis of your vocation, you can interpret the law.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, wait, listen. That you don't have to be a lawyer, and you went as far as 1970. The apprenticeship that you're talking about, the apprenticeship that you're talking about, I did not go to school, but I was schooled by somebody who went to school. I was taught by somebody who went to school and showed me the procedure. That's an informal education that I acquired under the leadership of that person. Like the Francis Y. Galawolo, the Richard Flomo. These are guys who did not go to the Arthur Grant School of Law, but they went to the Supreme Court and they won cases. So that's a different. The next one I want to say to you is, if I decline or rescinded my signature before they vote, it means that it's valid. I have to go to court.
Correct.
So you have more than 7 presidents who went to the court before they took the decision.
I'm not arguing against that. I'm saying after the fact. And I understand your position. But those guys, I was talking about the former JD. People say you have to have a law degree. I was just trying to make the point that these guys were
Yeah, exactly. So people withdrew their signature through the notary court. It means they did not have the 49 to do what they did. So
I agree with you on that point. Uncle Sam, go ahead. You have 2 minutes, sir. Vedala, please, you're next, please. Let's do it with decorum, guys.
People.
Man, why?
No, I'm speaking to my Basa people.
Okay.
My job plea que bese jiwe be soiree ni bon here ni am be bovu again. I'm speaking to my Basa people then. You know, my man sold lapa, mwemwe, and what's your soul again? Fufu. To make sure that I could explain things to her. So let me explain to my Liberian people. You know, we had what they call it 14 years. And you couldn't sleep. You couldn't send your children to school. You couldn't do nothing. In 2003, we went to a room in Akosombo in the Ghana country, and we signed something called the Accra Comprehensive Peace Agreement. Since that day, and since Chancellor left on August 11, 2003, we've been having the beautiful peace. Oh my God, I sleep well in Liberia. I eat my fufu. Every Sunday, every Saturday, I eat my dumbo. Wednesdays, I eat my palm butter. And the whole week, I just go around the whole country enjoying palm butter, sour leaf, wallow. Oh my God. Even some on Friday, I eat my, what they call it, Tunisia bitter leaf. We've been enjoying the country. But the other thing what people doing, they want to put us apart. Putting us apart. Nobody say for nothing more stay there. They're not a power farm. They're not a power farm, but in 1986, LeBron wrote something called the Constitution. I want a Bible. For every government in the world, they got a Bible. They call it Constitution. And that particular Constitution say, if you want more speaker, you need 49 people. He must sit down in the room. You must put the matter before him. You must judge the plower. And when you judge the plower, you must put your hand up and say, I don't want him again.
Thank you, sir.
You have 2 minutes now?
Yeah, no, more than 2 minutes. I'll give you a little bit
Okay,
extra.
that's fine.
Okay, Vandala, go ahead. You got 2 minutes, sir. And conclude in 2 minutes.
Let me just respond to my sister, my beautiful sister, Fatima. She was asking what a resolution can be voted for. I am here looking at the Voice of America, the VOA. That is March 2024 edition. It stated here, I'm quoting exactly what the guy said. He said, lawmakers danced, sang, and chanted, War Crimes Code, we want justice. According to AFP correspondent at the scene, more than 2/3 of the hosts voted in favor of the resolution, which will now be debated by the Senate before it is passed on to President Joseph Numa Boaka. I'm only bringing this that a resolution, after it is carved, it has to be tested on the floor and voted for. Why these people there today? According to them, they have 50 signatories. It needed to be tested on the floor and voted. Unfortunately, 6 persons were not there. Their decisions were in violation of the Constitution. But this is what I have to say tonight. Honor our law. We have the right to associate and disassociate. When the resolution was carved, with all the allegations, some lawmakers affixed their signatures on conditions that the speaker will be given due process so that they will hear everything they have to say. Unfortunately, the speaker was not given due process. Or there were incidences where they realized that this speaker will not be given due process. They rescinded, they withdrew their resolution. These people are telling us tonight that because they signed, as long as they sign, it is binding. Liberians, I want to say this tonight. I don't have time. Whether you like President George Weah or not, he put this country on the right path of democratic transition. He had a choice to violate the Constitution as it is happening now under President Boaka.
Thank you.
He put law for country over law for politics. If we are not careful, this country will degenerate into chaos, and I'm afraid.
Thank you, Bella. Thank you so much, Bella. And Governor, before I come to you, can Honorable Cole close up? I know you have to go home. You're already late in Liberia. Go ahead. We have 2 minutes, sir, for close up.
Thank you, Gallo. I mean, this is the first time we'll become friends on this. But let me just tell you one of the revelations on as illegitimate the process was. They were naming committee heads. Let me tell you one of the most laughable things that happened. Cole is among those guys who claim to be a law school graduate. Marco Thomas is among those guys who claim to be a law school graduate. For the family who is a legal luminary, as he always referred to himself, all of them ran away from the judicial committee. They said that one day, we got no money inside. They go and look for greener pasture. The co-chair on Westminster Finance is Anthony Marco Thomas. He ran away from the judicial committee. James Clare was running away and going to rules and order. For the family says for he lay from the same committee, they have to put a non-lawyer on the judicial committee. Even as illegal the process was, the formulation of the committee, you're still involved in illegality. So you made me head of the judiciary committee. And I got no law knowledge. I got nothing concerning law. How am I going to be reading the treatise? How am I going to be reading the bills and other things to advise people what to do? No legal understanding. When you have all these financial agreements coming out to read them and comprehend properly and advise that body, how am I going to do it? And I got no legal knowledge. So to tell you, the Liberian people and the world, to no disrespect to our colleagues, I hope they will reconsider. And let me do this revelation. Fanatic Kofa have made all efforts, including myself. Colleagues, we are prepared to have a dialogue to this matter. And all the options that were provided, they rejected all. Who is the speaker that will say you want to ostracize, marginalize 28 to 29 members of the colleagues who are educated, that have been in charge of that building for some of them 7 years, some of them 6 years? Do you think that you're going to have a stable legislature?
Thank you, sir.
No. So I just want to say thank you to Alo and my former sister Fatima. I'm very, very happy that my big brother Isaac, Connor Gray, it's nice meeting you guys, and I hope we will be able to capture. But all of us need to stand by the side of the law. What took place today, that incident will be defeated in the court and will go by. The last caveat, our colleagues need to understand, us who are fanatic will uphold the law, but will not run from there even if it costs our lives. We'll stand up and we're not going to run. Nobody will use threats to harass and intimidate us. Gregory Coleman and his thoughts that he called police will not run from there. Lawlessness will not exist on the ground of the capital. We'll resist it. Thank you, and God bless Liberia.
Eduardo, just 1 minute for my uncle leave. Uncle, in all fairness, though, just to tell you this, I think it's only fair to tell you that within every chaos that happened at the Capitol, I think it was your side and you, the leader, that actually.
Don't stretch out. I don't want
who attacked the democracy, that Coca that ensued the violence by attacking the Capitol building leadership unconstitutionally. That's what brought us where we are.
Thank you,
the 49 that Coca is selling. That is the problem of the legislature, not me. We are only defending the law. And in defending the law, so many things can happen. Thank you all. God bless you.
Thank you so much, brother. Governor Clinton, since we're wrapping up, 3 minutes about 3 minutes to close, and now we'll go to Colonel Gray, and then my
I've said it's my opinion that the entire process of the majority bloc, the decision to form a separate bloc is illegal. I've said that I believe that the Constitution and the rules of the House of Representatives provide clear procedures on removing the Speaker. And, there has to be due process. I was just reading, based on what you said, and I went back to this to do some research on the Snow decision. The Supreme Court, contrary to what you said, was very clear that Snow deserved due process, So when you're a Speaker, you deserve due process before you're removed. It's not arbitrary. And to even believe that these people who are representative, who've been in the House for some of them for many years, don't even know, what happens with a resolution. If you watch the video we all watched, one group of people saying you know, are you ready to vote? And a lot of people are saying no vote, no vote. So are these people really telling me that this is the first time they've done a resolution? It tells you that the whole process, they're making it up as they go along. They're not following any laws. They're just trying to force things to happen. And it is sad. If the information is true that Richard Cohn was given all the state security today as speaker, and then people from the executive come and say, you know, the executive is not part of it, but meanwhile, he's been given all the protection and privileges as speaker by the executive. This is like, it's crazy. This thing never, we said in the past, it never happened, whether on the two occasions with Snow and Tyler, without some kind of executive influence. And it's becoming very, very clear that this is what's happening. And so it's sad. My hope is that the Supreme Court is going to make some decision on this matter and finally settle it. And we'll see what happens when the court rules, whether President Bouakat is going to go, you know, with the intent of keep violating the law, or he's going to follow the rulings of the Supreme Court. We'll see.
Yeah, thank you, Governor Clinton. Colonel Gray, I'm going to come to you, but I want you to tie this into your exposés. Let me ask you this. If the Supreme Court rules in favor of Falanti Kofa, and the guy said we're not following it, it's happened many times in Liberia where the court rule, nobody follows that. What's going to happen? Let me just tie that into your summation.
Yeah, Mr. Dwyer, I know you're going to Colonel Gray. The Famula is on the line. He wanted to make a quick clarity on something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've done my closing. I see you.
So you're live. You're live on the Famula. Go ahead.
So what I wanted to say is that Honorable Koo is on the phone, on the media, and saying to the Liberian people that they got the original resolution. The next day he come back and say there are two resolutions. So to which resolution Honorable Koo is referencing when he had not signed his resolution? I think the real issue is that if Honorable Koo want a copy, he can walk to the chief clerk or the deputy chief clerk to ask for a copy of the resolution. Then for him to be running around with some fake document and providing information that is not factual. More than that, what I wanted to say to you, Dwalu and the panelists, is that we believe the speaker took a flight to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, his action was to request a specific decision, and the Supreme Court declined, meaning the justice in chamber, denying him all of the requests he made. We have acted in keeping with the law. Some of our colleagues signed the resolution. The locations of the resolution signed, it does not matter to the decisions that will be taken. What matters is that that person should be inside mind, and that person should be willing to accept the decision or the inscribed clauses in that document. And all of our colleagues read it. They are aware of the clauses. They are aware of all the issues that has to do with committees. They are aware, and they sign on to it. Like I said to him, to Oroku, if he could come on the show and say that Tuesday is not a setting day for us as lawmakers, it means I was not at the Capitol building. The fact that I was at the Capitol building on the Tuesday, you could have any copy of document, but I'm aware that the document that was signed by me was signed on a Tuesday. And let us be very clear here. All of the issues unfolding, we are doing things to ensure that the laws of this republic is consistently followed, and that the interests of the Liberian people will be kept at the highest esteem. And we're going to ensure that we live in confines with the law. We are not asking an individual to explain the law for us. We are saying when there are issues of law, go to the Supreme Court, let's meet there, and the court should serve as the final arbiter of justice for all of us. No one will wish to violate the law. If you think your rights have been violated, go to court. And we believe in as much as we are acting in good faith in the interest of the country and defending the law of this country, we have provided all avenue, all procedure that will serve as due process for the speaker. And he's on record of refusing the official complaint. And no one from his camp, no one from the likes of Oku who has been suspended can come to this platform and say that the speaker was not served. Notice it's a fundamental principle, and in as much he was served, he declined to receive it. He was another copy of such service was done. He declined. The committee had an option to take a decision, and the decision was taken. So let us live with the results. Thank you again, and thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Colonel Gray, go ahead, guys. I'm in no position to counter the representative's position. Whatever he said, take it with a grain of salt. Colonel Gray.
Yeah, Stanton. I mean, Dualu. Good evening, everybody. Anyway, this legislature is on record for saying that there's a principle of interference. They are independent, so therefore they don't feel obligated to uphold any decision from either body, meaning the executive, the president, as well as the judiciary. So, from all due, from going back to record, they're not going to accept anything less. But let me cast a reminder again. I remember when the war started, they said they were coming for the Crown people, and then they said you AFL people were coming for you guys, and then they said no. Then later it turned to the Mandingo people. You understand? Then they came for the door. Then they carried the window, as we can say in Liberia. Sometimes you cheering, this kinds of stuff. When it finally takes precedent, it comes for everybody. That's why I will say. But question I want to ask: how was the speaker elected? Was it by resolution? Did they take a vote? You understand? The same process to elect him will be the same process to unelect him. Period. So you don't have to even learn interpretation here and there. And I hear folks are saying, the court declined. Firstly, for the family, you understand the same principle of separation of power. The court said this is not within our jurisdiction to determine how you guys govern yourself. In that case, they did not decline. The justice in chambers, Yusuf Kaba, issued something, you understand, that you cannot refer to it as rescinding, declining, or doing anything else. It's called sua sponte. That's a legal terminology. Our brother has gone. He was certified to be a lawyer. I read law, although I was not certified. So it's called sua sponte. In other words, this is beyond my jurisdiction. You're going to determine. So be saying the decline. That's why I say the guy should have asked for a writ of mandamus. What he asked for was the wrong thing. Just go to the justice in chamber and say, please interpret this law for us. That's your work. That's why they should have asked for. But they went and started asking for put a stay of order and so on and so forth. But I'm saying this, people are cheering right now because you know what? This favor one group of people. But this kinds of precedent, when you allow it to occur, to encroach into any society, definitely the outcome will affect everybody. But let me end this by saying, my brother, today we're saying this person wrong or this person right, or the law is on our side. But don't forget, one day it will come back to bite you. And those in the house there, if they were lawyers to make laws, half of them will not be there. There's something called public policy. There's a reason why Edward Banya Kessley was appointed to spear the 1986 Constitution, followed by Amos Sawyer. They were not lawyers. They were public policy experts. They were wonks. When you go into the house, you must have the endearment to understand public policy to the extent where you don't have to be a lawyer. Like you said, Dwalu, plain language. It's so unfortunate people come here, they use plain language, but then they say you must be a lawyer. Half of the people will not be in our house if they're lawyers. Half of them, my brother. But I rest it, man. I watched the show from the back. It was a good show anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Colonel Gray. Asivan, come in. Again, go down, brother Fidela to close up. And Fatima to close up, we'll go from there. I'll say you got about 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Dwalu. Look, It's just sad that some people who are supposed to be so important to our development, who should be focused on more productive things, are just killing the attention of the people with garbage. You know, I had a very, very interesting day today, Dwalo. I was at the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and speaking to, some of the deputy ministers there. And, you know, just talking to the guy in small business, I believe is Minister Benedict Dolo, and just his articulation on access to finance, on the things they do in regards to access to market, capacity building and performance management to help these SMEs, technology and innovation. More of those things need to be exposed to the Liberian people rather than the garbage we have seen over the last month and a half or two. The way they embrace the Liberia Diaspora Equity Fund, the way they talk about so many different programs that they have going on that people just not aware of. A lot of opportunities there for small businesses, some of the things the partners are doing. So, when you come from that kind of excitement, then you got to get a downer like this kind of discussion. It kills the spirit. But I just want Liberians to be optimistic about what the future is. There's a whole bunch of opportunity that exists out there. Just how we harness them, how we communicate to people, how we try to position Liberians to take advantage of some of the things. We've been crying about Liberianization for the longest time. These guys are attacking those Liberians who are trying to front for these Lebanese and Indian people now. They're trying to look at, is your name on a bank account? If you say this is your business, are you a decision maker? What are the decisions you are making? How does your bank account reflect the income from that business or the payments that have been made to that business? So, when we look at the potential of our economy, look, the leakages that we're just discussing, $1 billion budget is easy for us to achieve.
Easy.
If we just give those people in the informal sector an identification and mentor them in terms of their business, provide support for them, get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 QuickBooks experts, let them have some kind of financial situation where they can produce a statement reflecting their financial activities or something that if somebody wants to give a grant or a loan, they can say, yes, this person is in business, they are doing X, Y, Z. So for me, whether Fonati is speaker, he's not speaker, is immaterial to how Liberia moves forward. We need a legislature that can work for the people. We need them to look at some of these things people are looking at and pass laws. I was even at the business registry. There's some significant improvement going on at the business registry. So some of these things that are happening, if our people or us who kind of really presenting information to the masses, if we can share some of this information for them to understand the potential, yes, things are difficult right now, but if we hold full, we hold ground, and we try to continue to do some of these things and support some of the efforts that are out there and participate, things can change for everybody. Look, Liberia can really be a heavy. I'll just get it one thing. One of my friends I was talking to, he has moved here for most of his time now. He'll be spending in Liberia, but he had a heck of a difficult week last week. But then he said on Friday evening, he went and sat in somebody's backyard. And when they brought out the grill, just the relaxation he felt with the live fry, with the live fish that were on the grill, the meat that were on the grill, the 1 or 2 beers they were drinking, and just the environment, the ambience is different. Being home is a different thing. So let's all of us try to make Liberia a real home that we can enjoy. And the last thing I'll say is the Diaspora Liberia annual return. This is the first one that's starting. It's coming soon. December is right around the corner. It's not fully financed, but it's a huge opportunity for us as Liberians to get together and see how we can move this country forward, working together, collaborating, diaspora and people on the ground. People investing, people business, people seeing the opportunity. Look, people can cry about changing the topic, and I know some of you just want to limit the thing to political discussion. We have a country to run, and I appreciate the opportunity to close on this and share my experience today. I hope you can start being more optimistic about, you know, what's happening in Liberia and what we can do, whether it's ground or diaspora, to support some of the efforts that we can benefit. Look, most Liberians can be very well off if we work at it. So let's try, let's do what we can. But yes, there's some light, you know, down the tracks. Just gotta keep pushing.
Thank you. I say before I go to Vendetta, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to leave you guys. I'll say it's right. Our country is green. I've actually sat down and did this calculation. Your chances of becoming a millionaire in Liberia is 10 times better than it is in America right now.
Anywhere.
Anywhere right now in Liberia. I know the difficulties are associated with this. That sometimes I would disagree with my brother Vendetta on the show. But what we are doing here is gradually grooming the democracy that we want for our society. The disagreements are okay. You know, sometimes I read the thread, you see me laughing. It is your position. We are grooming something. But we have to find a way now, like Asi said, to make that grooming to bear some fruit that expands our country in the direction that benefits us mostly than it benefits foreign or anybody else for that matter. We have work to do, gentlemen. We have a lot of work to do, ladies. Liberia has to grow. The legislature will have the little back and forth, the little brouhaha. At the end of the day, they will get it right. The courts will intervene. Hopefully, they can make some decisions that turn this country around. And I'll run away with my brother Vendetta and Fatima to close.
Well, I think both of you can be good brand ambassadors for the government. And I really applaud your exposés with all the beautiful things you talk about. It's good. I wish the government can incorporate your expertise to propagate more. But I think what we are doing here is we are praying for opportunities, but we are not prepared, or we are not willing to be prepared for opportunity. It's like somebody wanting to go to America, but they don't have visa, they don't have a passport. They just want to travel to America. That's what we're talking. Everybody here on this platform, like some of us, we live in America, work in senior level positions. We left America, we came back to help our country in whatever way. But again, I'd like to draw your attention. If you don't have the right leadership, nothing will happen. It's sad. At least you just keep the visit. In 1 month, you will go right back to Maryland. Some of us, we pack our team, we came right back. We've been here 2 years. But what I want to say this tonight to all of us is, whether you're lucky or not, it's a bad precedent for us. As a new breed of generational leaders who want to see this country in the right direction, they're going to great side. When the war started, they thought it was coming for specific groups of people. It spilled over. Let me also clarify, we're not beating war drum here. I know some people say, oh, the men were talking about war. No. But we saw an attack, the brutality of the Constitution today, yesterday, because after 12, at the House of Representatives. You are a member of the rescue mission, it's up to you. You want Speaker Kofa to be removed, fine. You celebrate, fine. But I want us to sit tonight and reflect. When the Constitution said there should be 3 branches of government with equal power, but they should coordinate, they were specifically talking about, you don't have to let on agree. My beautiful sister Fatima and my big brother Asiva Tokpa, who always combs my hair, I don't have to agree with them to sit there. But in the spirit of maturity and coordination, we come here. We make the show fine. It's the same with the government. But this tendency that the government in power must control lower house, control the Senate, so as to pass all their policies to be smooth, it's not going to help us. It's not going to help us in this country. And as we said here today, I see a lot of people celebrating. If the lawmakers who are supposed to obey the law can violate the Constitution, imagine tomorrow when police officers violate your right. Yeah, yesterday we were talking about rape case. Somebody go and harm your dollar, or you are illegally dismissed or fired from the private sector. Like some of my brothers and sisters from Salada Rubber Corporation, new company came in, they fired them. Some people were sacked illegally, Rubber International Airport. That is the same illegality. If we don't put our feet on the ground to make sure that the rule of law is upheld from the top, so that the people at the bottom will learn something, I am not too sure whether we'll have a better country. In conclusion, I am happy that this matter has reached the full bench of the Supreme Court. Make no mistake. Now let us say this before I close. President, we are with everything that happened bad in this country, for which Liberia said you should go. We don't want you. It is unprecedented for African leaders to accept defeat. Our next door neighbor, it was reported globally that he rigged the election. Guinea, coup d'etat. Cote d'Ivoire, wrangling. Mali, Niger, army took over. For us here, we are saying, I accept the result on the basis of respect for the rule of law. What we see today, I am sick, I am disappointed that this government that came on the platform of rule of law, arrest agenda, that prioritizes the rule of law, is now siding with groups of individuals. How can you tell us signatures, 50, resolution? I just read the VOA resolution when they voted for the War Crime Code. They voted for
Vandela, how long you going for? It's like you're going for
one more minute for him. One more minute. One more minute. Finish now.
No, my sister.
Thank you.
My sister coming to see you. Bye-bye.
Fatima, go ahead.
Well, I would like to say, it was a good show.
Vandela, you need to come back, my man.
No, let him go.
Nah, let him go.
I will stay address what he said after you, Fatima.
I actually think it was a good show. I am proud to say that in my adult life, I was able to see democracy at work. Whatever side you've taken on this issue of the speaker, just a mere fact that we can see our country tussling and rumbling and doing things like this, actually going to court, having due process and doing what they did today, I think our democracy is rising and is growing. Some things you said, oh, guess what? Isaac, today I tried to purchase my ticket. It was $3,800.
Yes.
$3,800 I paid for round trip ticket to Liberia next month. I was so mad. I should have done it way back. But anyway, like some of the things that Alva was saying, our country, the liberalization process, for us to be, drivers of our own economy, for us to do things for Liberia, to think Liberia, love Liberia, and build Liberia, that concept. And through all of what people were saying at the Capitol building, there were some things that some people from Maryland were talking about. Oh, why is it the motor vehicle system was not running well in Maryland County, why people were not getting tax for their cars. And those are things that we welcome. The fact remains that this whole speaker thing, I took a different approach because, as you can see, I'm a lover of politics. In America here, I'm a Democratic chairperson. I work on my Barack Obama. That was the first president. I work on his team. We won in this job that I got. First of all, I was hearing some people say, why is Fatima wearing makeup? I work in corporate America. I dress up to go to work every day. So, yeah, can say, and most times I come from work to come here. Liberia is the only country that we have. And today I actually said congratulations to Richard Kuhn, and I posted a picture. Oh, they didn't know that the last time they voted for the speakership, CEO sent me to go take a picture with all of them to see who voted. And of course, these people were like, oh, Fatima, her boy, some guy was here Fatima fighting for her boyfriend. I'm fighting for a better Liberia. As Ava, at my age, I want to retire. I want to go back home to my country. My father left a big, nice Sheriff Vital for us. I got my property on the old road. I can go to Liberia. I'm educated. I can go to
I
Liberia.
never told you, but you know one of your big sisters out my way back in the day. But anyway,
With that, I want to be close to. Okay, so I'm just saying to people, Liberia is all we have. And for our democracy to be like this, where people are free to express themselves, for us to even come on this network, Alva, not long ago, everybody will be scared to talk about anything. They'll be scared because they didn't want this person feelings to get hurt or this president. But today we are able to sit and speak truth. Whatever truth we believe, whatever sides we are on, is called democracy. Democracy for our country, we are happy. Like me, I didn't particularly care about who became speaker, but I feel that if you are the leader and 43 of your men decide that they can no longer sit under your gavel, you can go up, you can come up. I hope that he goes to court, he gets the proper redress that he's looking for. But at the end of the day, today, I would like to publicly say, so all of you can insult me. Congratulations to Mr. Speaker Richard Nangwe Cole. Congratulations to Liberia. Congratulations to our arrest agenda. Congratulations soon that our roads will be developed, our country will be built, and will be a proud Liberia. I thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys. Thank everybody that come to Spoon, that share the show, that is a part of it. From the beginning of this thing, I took a stand, and my stand was Liberia comes first. If people don't want you, you should go. And that's where I stand. So yeah, thank you. Alvaya, thank you for staying and listening to me. God bless you. And I will try to reach out to you tomorrow because the ticket really killed me today, I swear. But yeah, I had to purchase it because I think it's getting more expensive because of the things that we're having in Liberia next month.
Nelson, can I say something quickly, please? Yes, Nelson, I beg you. For Randall, my wife knows the kind of person I used to be. I'm different now. No, but just to address Vandala, not everybody wants a government job. You got to understand what Dwalu said. When he said what he said about Liberians can become millionaire quicker, yeah, he's not talking about Liberians who go in government to steal. No, he's talking about Liberians who are entrepreneur and want to get into business, especially when you have a friendly government that will try to push Liberians. Look, when I went to speak to Minister Oduro, the guy in charge of small business administration, because we got a show on Saturdays, I wanted him to come on. He was open. And the interesting thing is, when we brought up a topic about industry, he said, oh, the deputy minister for industry, Minister Andrew Pega, Flankia, he said he over there, let walk to his office, right? And the government I brought to power. The people that were scared for me to even come in the ministry. Okay? This is a different government. I didn't know this guy before today. Somebody just introduced us because I mentioned about the show, and this was somebody who he was in San Nicolas. They were at a funeral, his sister's funeral. They gave my sympathy to him. But he took me to another minister. In the process, we saw another deputy minister in the hall, Deputy Minister Wilmot Reeves. He called and said, oh, but we're going to talk to, Pega, so you join us. Then Pega was in another deputy minister for administration. Her name is Scholastica Yinka Nimle in her office. So we all conveyed, and they spoke to us, me and my partner, Dr. Joe Bessa, we have a consulting firm together. For nearly 1 hour, they spoke to us. And this, we're not just joking around. We're talking real things about the Ministry of Commerce and the different things they have to do for Liberians and how, it can be better for Liberians. So for him to think that it's just about job, no. I got 3 legitimate businesses in Liberia: Sustainable Development International, our consulting company, Wanteve Group, and our technology and geospatial company, Lake Piso, and underneath it is Pepperbird Area Services. So we're not just here to say, oh, we'll come on vacation, we'll come and go. No, we're working. And again, the way the world is globalized today, I don't have to stay every day in Liberia to work or to consult with Liberian institutions and organizations. So Vandala, I don't know what you did. You've been here 2 years now. Let's get together. Let's find out what you want to do from an entrepreneur perspective. Okay, it's not just about crying behind lawmakers there or crying behind other people in the country. It's about what can you do to contribute to this economy and all these young people who need jobs, who need some support, who need some help, who need some, just guidance. Some people, they want you to give them money. Some of these young people, they want you to say, Papa, tell me what the right thing. How should I should approach ABC? So,
I heard that education is not actually knowledge. Is that true?
Not knowledge. No. Education is not. Knowledge is after you get data, information, then you make it knowledge and it's active and other people can use it. That's knowledge. The other education thing I
joke. Because some people,
but it's important. It's important
limitation.
To be educated,
it's limitation.
It's
like
important.
You're talking about apples and they're talking about oranges. Like we're talking about Liberianization project. We're talking about the process where we become employers, employ our own people, and create wealth. And they're talking about government jobs. I mean, apples and oranges. So sometimes Ivy League schools teach you education, but they don't give you proper knowledge to navigate the world. That was all I was asking. Is education actually knowledge? And you've answered. Thank you, sir.
No, Fatima, if you come to Liberia for a job, like some people saying, there's nothing wrong with you working for government job. Is not a bad thing, but you just understand everyone does not want a government job.
All other wants is social security.
You want to put in service, yes. Government job is fine.
Well, we want to set up now for
my cousin Nelson.
Thank
I
you,
love
Nelson.
You so much.
Nelson, I appreciate you, Nelson. It was nice meeting you in the studio the other day. I met Nelson in the studio. He's such a nice guy. So I understand so now when he disappeared, what can happen because he disappeared for me who had this connection. And then he appeared. He can be monitoring the show, though. Wherever he is, he's monitoring the show.
That's my boo right there. My auntie. Anyway, now thank you for everything. Thank you, Spoon TV. Thank you to our viewers, our listeners, those who share our show. I mean, thank you for doing everything, Liberia. We love you guys. Good night, cousin. Good night.
Yeah.
Thank
you very much. I see he left already. Yeah.
Bye, cousin.
Okay. Bye-bye. And thanks to all of our folks out there for being here. We appreciate you for your usual input on the show, your contribution, making sure that you share your thoughts with us every night. Many of you, thousands of you, will sit by a radio every night to follow Spoon Talk. So many of you will come online. You're on our YouTube handle, Spoon Talk Live. You're joining us on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. We appreciate all of you for being a part of this journey, making sure that information dissemination is something that we are all a part of. No one is left behind. Many thanks to our partner radio stations as well for always relaying the show in Bomi County Trust FM, in Bon County Premier FM, in Margibi County Gibi FM, in Nimba County Radio Yalaman, and of course, in Grand Crew, Trend Radio, and a host of other radio stations. Thanks for always being there, relaying the program. And thanks to our folks online. I see many of you, Mandela Jabo, Harris, Quimba, Junior, Ruth Goba, Maruf, and everyone. Thanks for always being here with us, sharing your thoughts, making your contribution. Natalie Wea, Cecilia Topo, Clarence Benson, everyone. Thanks for joining us tonight. Ma Mary Finda, Nima, Etna Nam, Telvin Payne, Per Kimber. Thanks to everyone for being here tonight. We look forward to having a great show tomorrow. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio, but shortly we'll bring you the late night show, the late night Politics on Spoon. We want to say thanks to everyone for being here with us tonight. Have a good night. And this is how we close up Spoon Talk. Shortly, we bring you the late night show.